and very shortly we will see the arrival of the Speaker. In terms of the recurrent revenue for 2017-2018, during his presentation, the Prime Minister indicated that inflows from recurrent expense revenue are projected to increase by $22.1 million to reach $1.73 billion for the fiscal year. I'm just seeing the entrance of the Member of Parliament for Castries South East, Honourable Guy Joseph. We have for the MP for Castries South. We also have Honourable Bradley Felix, who is the MP for Choiseul, Salterbus, and also Mr. Honourable Harold Saunders-Luss, who is the MP for Soufrière, Fort Saint-Jacques. We could see also the MP for Vieux-Fort South, Honourable Dr. Kenny Anthony, and is having a chat here with Senator Joachim Henry. So, as I said earlier, everyone is waiting. In the meantime, chit-chatting of the Speaker. We now speech by the Governor General.
Louisi began by stating that a new parliamentary year is an occasion for reporting and projection as much as it is for reflection. Above all, she said, it is an opportunity for St. Lucians as a people to determine their country's future, one which is based on a more people-centered approach to government and the development of every citizen irrespective of social status, economic endowment, or political orientation.
We are all responsible for the future of St. Lucia. It is a responsibility born of national solution. We quote our Nobel laureate, the late Sir Derek Walcott, when we say, "Moi c'est Jean Saint-Lucie, c'est là moi sorti, is there that I born." We post hashtag 758. But do we pause to appreciate the full import of being St. Lucian? I am St. Lucian. I am fiercely proud of my...
And now, the Speaker of the House is here, which means that the House officially starts. We take you over to the House.
When the House last rose, the question before it was that the Honourable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2017-2018 in the sum of $1,513,652,200 as a charge against the Consolidated Fund and other funds of the State of St. Lucia. Honorable Member for Castries Central, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Growth, Job Creation, External Affairs, the Public Service.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I rise to support the motion as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister for the sum stated. I don't need a podium, Madam Speaker. And if you would permit me, Madam Speaker, as others have done before me, of course, we are here to talk figures and heads of expenditure. But there's a context. The people I see on a daily basis in Castries Central, and I have to say that although my portfolio has me traveling, Madam Speaker, because as you will appreciate, I'm not responsible for the 53 odd schools in the country, or the 34 health centers and 5 hospitals, or the roads, or the agricultural sector. My staff, in fact, are all over the world. And just as I go to work daily in St. Lucia, I need to go to work around the world. In fact, some members of my staff have never met me because I haven't been to some of our offices. So I want to reflect on the context. The people of Castries Central I've journeyed with now for 20 years. And they are the reason why I'm here today, and I want to thank them for the love that they shower upon me daily. That which I do not merit, but that which I am duty bound to them, to serve them in the best way I can. And Madam Speaker, over the years we have formed a bond. For me, they are family. Some of them who vote now, Madam Speaker, I held as babies in my arms. The carnage we see on the streets of Central Castries sometimes are the young ones I saw in diapers or who wore anti-Sarah t-shirts. And since I've been back in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, even given my travels as I execute my responsibilities, and I'm talking about 600, not repeat visits, and I've sat with them, say an average of 10 minutes per person. Let's call it about 6. I've spent that much time with them, Madam Speaker. And the figures must be placed in context, because at the end of the day, of the 600 odd people I've seen in my constituency, and the notes I've taken and what it come to me, sorry, Madam Speaker, to talk about. It's not about figures. It's about what affects them. The unemployment, the housing problems, the fact that they cannot pay for health care, the fact that a mother will have a child at home suffering on a bed, but she cannot even afford a doctor's visit to diagnose what is wrong with her child. And she has to spend nights awake That is what we're talking about here today. And that is what all these figures are about. Because of the 600 I've seen, and they've come with all kinds of problems. The most prevalent one is unemployment. And even when they don't come specifically asking for a job, when they come to talk about poor housing, when they come to talk about the fact that there is no money to buy medication, it is still about unemployment. So no matter how good the other side wants to save the economy, the fact is, when we came into office, there was a 25% unemployment in this country. And that is why this government has been elected to office. Now, Madam Speaker, I said something, and I will go into figures, and you will find that there is not much in terms of figures for my ministry. But in these figures, 2 programs have been mentioned, and one of them, I think the Minister for Equity spoke about. I think it's item number 292, the Youth Empowerment for Life program. And I know that there is another USAID Community Family Youth Resilience Project that earmarked for intervention. And the fact that both these projects are done across St. Lucia and certain specific constituencies have been identified, and in both cases, Central Castries has been identified. And it's no surprise, because we know that we are faced with many social challenges in Castries Central. And I welcome the fact that these monies have been allocated for programs in my constituency. And as parliamentary representative, I want to say how eager I am to collaborate with any agency that will come and assist us in solving the problems. But I want to make one thing very clear. And I go back. These people are family to me. I love them very much. And I want to see real solutions to problems. I don't want to see sugarcoating of anything. Because when I see people in my constituency, if there needs to be tough love, and if there needs to be straight talking, there will be straight talking. And we cannot build this country, Madam Speaker, unless we begin to straight talk. We need to talk about building family life. That is the problem. The breakdown of the family in this country. That is the problem. So when these projects are implemented in my constituency, and I will have more to say about that, I will be looking to partner with those solutions to the problems. So if you're coming to my constituency to talk to young girls, you will explain to them and you will challenge them about not being promiscuous all over the place. You're not going to come to teach them how to put on a condom. You're going to ask them to abstain from sex before marriage. I'm serious about it. Because we have a serious problem with breakdown of family life in this country. And unless we build family, we cannot build country. And just before I move on, Madam Speaker, in saying that, I understand that sometimes families break up or families have to be separated. In my case, I'm separated from my own family because I believe the work here is so important to necessitate that. And so I just want to pause to thank God for the angels he sends to help me, the human ones and the angelic ones, because this work is not humanly possible. I want to thank God for a faithful, loving, and selfless husband, and my children, who I never thought today they would be growing up away from me. And I want to thank them for understanding the importance of the work that we do. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to move to the figures, but just to signal that I sense it coming. I feel it coming. And I suspect that in the next debate, there'll be a lot of straight talking coming from me on this budget and on what has to happen in this country. Because this budget tells us it's not business as usual. It's not just about throwing money at things and hoping they catch. Okay, the government is not a business, but we must have a business-like approach. Unless there is a business-like approach, we will keep spending money, borrowing and spending, and unemployment will increase, as happened when the other side was in office, and that has to change. So, Madam Speaker, I now turn to my department, which is Department of External Affairs, and I just want to say, in terms of the recurrent expenditure, and you can follow on page 252, that our figures have actually decreased. Our allocation for this financial year is less than it was last financial year. We're spending less money, not more. Department that probably can say that. But you know what? We are committed to being more efficient. We are committed to doing more with less resources. Business-like approach. And these are the guidelines that the Honorable Minister of Finance and Prime Minister gave us in deciding whether or not we would present new initiatives for funding. This is how you need to come up with the objectives and justification of a new spending request. Ask yourself. The departments were to ask themselves, what are the objectives of the new spending request? What are you trying to achieve? Describe the urgent need being addressed. It must be urgent. Because in this first budget, we are tightening our belts, cutting down on spending, trying to be more efficient. Trying to be more efficient. Setting a firm and solid basis to build upon next year. Is the request consistent with the government's policy objectives? Explain why these needs cannot be addressed from within existing resources. Because sometimes we don't need more money. We need to do things better. We need to streamline. It's not just about taking money and throwing at things. I remember, because Madam Speaker, I have had the opportunity to serve on both sides. I think I'm in a good position to compare. Because on the other side, when the Prime Minister at the time was asked, what have you done about crime? He'd tell you how much he spent on police stations. Right? When you asked, how is the education system doing? He'd tell you how many schools he's built. Spending or throwing money at things doesn't mean that you're improving them. And that is the difference between them and us, and that's why a business-like approach is needed. So we have to consider, have alternative means for addressing the problem being considered. And what are the implications of delaying consideration of the spending request to the next budget? You do not have to do everything now, and you cannot do everything in 1 year. What is it you absolutely must do? And can you do it with your existing resources? And why not? So we answer the question for ourselves. We don't need any more money. We don't need any more money for recurrent expenditure. We can make do with what we have. and we can be more efficient, do better, and give a greater output. So it is that approach that we've taken in the Ministry of External Affairs, which I have the honor and privilege to lead. So, Madam Speaker, in saying that, I want to address a point that was made by the Honourable Member for Castries East and the Leader of the Opposition. He said, quickly in passing, that we raised the salary or emoluments for the London mission. Right, and I just want to and he should know that. He should know that. Number one, the figure was raised by a sum of $3,000 per month, $3,306. And that had to do with the fact that the current High Commissioner has a spouse. And that is how it works, because when you posted, you either have a spouse or family, and the figure would increase or decrease depending. For example, we appointed a Consul General for Martinique. She doesn't have a spouse. The previous one did, so you find the figure decreases. And, of course, the variance as well is due to the fact that the pound was devalued. So that is what accounts for the 3,000 extra dollars that we were talking about. But mind you, this was accommodated within our existing recurrent expenditure budget, as I said earlier, and did not increase our overall figure. So that is what accounts for this explanation, a very small amount, and I guess it was just to score cheap political points that the member got it. But I thought I would clarify it in any event. So, Madam Speaker, that is, we will continue to do the work that we've been doing, but in a more efficient manner. And in order to achieve this, I just want you to look on the same page a little lower down, where you will see that we have a figure here of 69,906, and you have there, that is for the institutional development of the operations of the Department of External Affairs. That's grant funding we got from Kazakhstan. It was grant funding that was given to the entire CARICOM countries so that we would strengthen the External Affairs Department. And we decided to use that money to conduct a review. Now, here's my prick when I say review, because we've had so many reviews of this department. The difference with this one is that we're implementing right away. And just to show you what has been going on, from 2001, we've been reviewing. From 2001, we've been reviewing. We have all kinds of reports.
Albert.
This one is 2002. I can't even tell you who it's from. Towards an external relations policy and strategy for St. Lucia. But mind you, all of these here, about retreats, reviews, all kinds, and monies, how many people have been paid monies, right? To go all over our missions. I haven't been to all of our missions, but we've paid consultants from 2001 to do all kinds of reviews, flying all over the place, doing all kinds of reviews and assessments, spending and wasting money in one administration or other. For too long, under successive administrations, we've been reviewing. And the performance of the ministry has been deteriorating. And these reviews have particularly centered or focused on the political and economic division of the department. That is supposed to be the cell of the ministry, supposed to guide our foreign policy. Our foreign policy must not be dictated from outside. Of course, we live in a global environment, and whatever happens outside there impacts us. But our foreign policy should be guided by our national policy. Who are we as a people? Who do we want to be? And which are the friendly nations and governments that can help us achieve that? Our foreign policy should be guided by our national policy. But we have a political and economic division that has, I have to say, is clueless. I'm not blaming anybody. Because if you read through all of this, it keeps on pointing to a problem. Clearly, successive governments recognized there was a problem. And so there has been a quest, a journey to find the problem. So this one is 2002. 2009, this one was done by the Commonwealth Secretariat. This one is 2012. Professor Vaughan Lewis and a few other members, Dr. Julian Hunt, Tennyson Joseph, Malcolm Charles. Right? Here we have some other briefing notes. That's a subcommittee of the Prime Minister's Subcommittee on External Relations. We have all kinds of manuals and guidance notes here, all kinds of stuff that gives us all kinds of ideas, tells us we have a problem, gives us guidance on how to resolve it, and nothing.
Alva, where are you?
So, I am sorry to say, Madam Speaker, that unfortunately I had to come in and do another review to review all of this. Because we had to go in there and pick out all the recommendations and salient points, and to then place it in our context today. But the difference with my review is that we're implementing right away. We're implementing right away. And notice I've not put any money in the budget to implement because I intend to beg friendly governments to assist us in implementation. We're spending no more money, but we're getting the job done. No more money, but we're getting the job done. It's not about throwing money at things, hoping they will catch. Understand your problem. See what you can do with your existing resources. Be strategic. I'm telling you, if it were the private sector, heads would have rolled with all this money being spent. But do you know, the last minister had a special advisor in the ministry? A special advisor, and I'm not knocking the special advisor. I mean, I would have been happy to work with him, but he left before I came. He didn't wait for me to come into the office. I wouldn't have had a problem. I wouldn't have had a problem because I think it was the member for Castries South that mentioned before. I'm happy to work with anybody because to me, if you work hard, are serious about what you do, are capable, you are the right color. I'm looking for performance and output. So,
I know that.
the last advisor was paid $14,415.50 monthly.
Wow.
14,000.
Right?
15,000 a month.
So I would have thought that the best use of that advisor who made the recommendations would have been to invite him to assist you to implement them. Right? I understand that it was a full-time job, correct me if I'm wrong, but you could have ensured the implementation happened right away so that a successive government would then continue to build on this. But no. So I've gotten a preliminary report for the review that we did with the grant I spoke about. We should have received the full report yesterday, but I haven't gone back to the ministry. I haven't seen it. But just a summary of preliminary findings. And to cut a long story short, Madam Speaker, I will be speaking to this more under the appropriation bill where we talk about our policy. But just to say why we have this figure sum here in the estimate. The report says that that political and economic department that is supposed to be the cell, supposed to guide and advise government on policy. Look at what's happening in the world. You think in this day and age we have a political and economic department that can be described as a postal service? No more than a postal service. We receive correspondence and we just channel it out to the other, just channeling. When I got into that ministry, there were no meetings, heads of departments meetings, no analysis of world events, of what is going on to advise the minister. They expected me to advise them. I'm not blaming the staff, because there's no training going on in that department. There are worldly developments taking place every day. Something is unfolding. You would have thought there'd be this weekly briefings and training of staff and a vibrant training program in that department. There's none of it. We have some very hard-working officers in that department, but they need guidance. They need a structure that enables them to work. There's an absence of a suitable culture, pride, and esprit de corps. We're just not ready yet. But we will do something about that, Madam Speaker, I assure you. By the next time we come to present the budget, it will be different. We're also responsible for protocol. And none of these reviews that I spoke about here really looked at the protocol department in depth. And you know, protocol has to do with meet and greet of foreign dignitaries. It's the face of St. Lucia, our protocol department. Every ambassador or foreign service or foreign agency that presents itself here, that's the first person they meet. Of course, we handle other events such as national functions, etc., etc. And I think everybody here has interfaced with our protocol department in one way or another. And the number of complaints that I have received, Madam Speaker, pointed to the fact that if we are going to be doing reviews, we might as well deal with that as well. And so we have done a review, and so we've already gotten offers of assistance from friendly governments, and I believe, in fact, the Mexicans are supposed to be here next week, assisting us to begin to implement some of these recommendations. So it's about getting the job done. Less talk and more work. Madam Speaker, I do want to thank the staff of the ministry. It was not easy to have persons come from outside and conduct a review. Sometimes people feel threatened. They feel that, persons are coming to criticize or coming to watch or assess them in a negative way. The staff have understood that this is a partnership, that this is not about pointing fingers at anybody. It's about diagnosing a problem, not blaming anyone, and working collectively to address it. So I want to thank the consultants that worked with us, are working with us on these projects. We made it very clear to them that whatever we paid them had to involve implementation. They weren't going to come and recommend to us and move away. No, they would assist us in implementing. And we're going to be asking or seeking the support of ambassadors and persons who've served in our foreign service from before, who have a wealth of knowledge and experience, to come on board and help us implement these changes. And more about that when we come to talk about policy. Just very quickly, Madam Speaker, in terms of the capital expenditure, you will see there that there is an amount of 213,284. That's again on page 252. That is an item of capital expenditure that has been approved, and that is to do repairs to our residents in Washington. Although our building there could be worth in excess of $2.1 million US dollars because of repairs that need to be done. It now has a value of between 1.3 to 1.7. So we need to do something about that just to make sure that we maintain the integrity of that building and we do not allow it to be devalued. So the report points to extensive water damage, electrical problems, mold, structural damage with windows loosely connected to the building. That's the residence of the ambassador in Washington, which is at the moment uninhabitable because of all these problems. Presence of rodents due to roof rotting. So clearly this building has not been maintained and it's something that has to be dealt with urgently. So that's an item of capital expenditures we have there, Madam Speaker. And then the other item of $591,137 is, that is what the government of Taiwan gives us to maintain the embassy in Taiwan. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the government of Taiwan for their continued generosity. These are the figures for my ministry. We have our work cut out for us, and we will make sure that we deliver. Madam Speaker, I just want to spend a little time responding to the comments made on the NICE program. Because in my constituency, there are a number of elderly people who need help and are receiving care, and I am grateful that the government has continued with the NICE program, with the home care aspect of it. And Madam Speaker, again, the member for Castries East made it seem as if the government was out victimizing people. If I recall clearly, I heard the member of Castries East say about 90% of his NICE workers were Labour Party people, and these people were fired.
He said that, yes.
He said 90%. The only way 90% of his NICE workers could have been Labour Party was that he was victimizing the flabbers, making the flabbers cry. That is the only way. He couldn't have randomly selected NICE workers and end up with 90% for sure Labour Party people. So they are the ones victimizing. And I just want to remind those on the other side how they fight. When they came in, they fired the CCC workers.
That's right. CCC workers, yeah.
They fired the CCC workers. The workers took them to court. The workers won, proving the victimization. Madam Speaker, you know how in my constituency, and I have heard other members, for example, the member for Grosley said, on his current NICE program, persons who worked on the previous program are working, and so too in Castries Central. We don't victimize people. When people walk into our constituency office, we don't ask them who they vote for. As a member of parliament, I'm here to serve every constituent. And in fact, people come to my constituency office from all over St. Lucia, from Soufrière, from Micoud South, from Dennery. We turn nobody away. We turn no one away, Madam Speaker. And we don't rush or hurry anybody either. So how did we choose our NICE workers? Everybody was free to apply. And we didn't fire any NICE workers. The contracts came to an end. The contracts that were given under the Labour Party came to an end. And people were free to reapply. Some did and were successful. And up to yesterday, I was advised we were still interviewing nice workers who worked on the program previously, should in case a vacancy arises. And we make recommendations. We don't choose the workers. We've come up with an evaluation form. We don't ask, it's got red and yellow and green and blue. We don't ask people what their political affiliation is. And I just want to go through again. This is the process we adopt. A sheet like this is filled for each person who walks into the office. We find out about them. We ask questions. And when an opportunity arises, we go through each sheet and we read and we see, do we think this person might be suitable? And we give the person a call. Right? That's what we did. Then we did an evaluation and we selected or pre-selected those we thought might fit. Because some people, Madam Speaker, it's not everybody who wants to take care of an older person. It's something that we should all be open and willing to do. And some of us may be able to care for, or may want, or may have a desire to care for our own relative, but it's not our thing. So not everybody is disposed to that kind of work. And we want to make sure that the people who are going to do it are disposed to it, and they will give the older persons the kind of care that they need, the love and support that they need. So, Madam Speaker, they want to paint a picture about of the Honorable Prime Minister being autocratic. They were the ones who fired me for speaking my mind. They were the ones who tried to destroy my life. They were the ones who did it. They were the ones who did it. They were the ones who sneaked a law here. Sneaked it in. Right? Changed the order paper the morning and sneaked it in and refused to engage in consultation with the people of St. Lucia. They were the ones who did that. As a cabinet minister, they didn't want to hear my views. Right? As a woman, as a minister responsible for gender relations, they didn't want to hear my views. It's not important. Somebody elected by the people. They were the ones who didn't accept dissension, even on a matter of conscience. They were the ones who did that. That's right. Talk about autocratic.
Tyranny.
I want to say, I challenged the Prime Minister in another life. I did. But I want to say publicly what a pleasure it is to serve under you as Prime Minister. I want to say what a distinct honor and pleasure it is to serve within your ministry and under your leadership. And I publicly want to say I made a right decision to do that. And I'm here to assist you and this team to build a new St. Lucia. I don't follow people blindly. I don't follow people blindly. And I suspected that on this and the line items, I would not be long. But I just want to signal that on the appropriation bill, I will have a lot to say. And I want to assure the people of Castle Central that their voice will be heard in this parliament. When they first elected me in 1997, I was like a duck. I jumped in the water and learned to swim. I've come back, and it is my intention to give them the best of me. They deserve no less, Madam Speaker. And I think that that will be achieved under this government with Alan Shastney as Prime Minister. I thank you.
Do we end the debate? Honourable Member for Dennery South of Equity, Social Justice, Empowerment, Youth Development, Sports, Culture and Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the debate on the estimates of expenditure for 2017-2018. I would like, Madam Speaker, latitude this afternoon to deal with a few salient points, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the Heavenly Father, Lord, to thank the people of Dennery South, to thank my family, Lord. Madam Speaker, to thank my colleagues, to thank the opposition, and to thank the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to serve in his cabinet. Madam Speaker, this afternoon, I can just make one statement and call it judge. I can say that Edmond Estefan he plants a lot of seeds and they fall in so many different places. And Edmond Estefan also sends his chicken to lay eggs in many different places also. So at the end, some of these seeds will grow and they will bear fruit. And some of these eggs will hatch and eventually we'll have chickens. So, to make the point, Madam Speaker, that at this point, this is exactly what I'm doing. You see, Madam Speaker, at the Ministry of Youth or the Department of Youth Development and Sports, it's going to be a new day. And our budget did talk about a new day. Madam Speaker, I still need a little more latitude to speak about some things that took place in this Honorable House yesterday. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to make a plea to every single young person in this country. And I have 3 lessons that I want to go through, Madam Speaker, to make this point. Lesson 1, Madam Speaker. Lesson 1 is about being contented. Lesson 2 is about not taking people for granted. And lesson 3 is about being you. And I will start with a quote, Madam Speaker, to introduce lesson 1. It comes from Philippians chapter 4, verse 6 to 7. Be anxious, it says, for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication. With thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God, and the peace of God which surpasses all. So, Madam Speaker, talk about the freeways. And I have spoken about this before in another place. And after going through life, Madam Speaker, after carrying countless bananas from the banana farm, after being a teacher for 14 years, after training football and running for a very long time, after swimming almost every morning, Madam Speaker, after touring the world as an athlete, representing St. Lucia, that is, after becoming a district rep and a minister and representing my people and changing their lives and becoming a pioneer in the district, after being so very calm amongst the noise, after a very long time in watching, observing, understanding people, after interacting for a very long time, Madam Speaker, this must count for something. So I come up with those 3 lessons that I've mentioned. Lesson 1, which is be contented. So there are 3 ways, Madam Speaker, that wealth is gathered by anybody. 3 ways. And like I said, I have said this in another place. 1, you work hard. You work very hard And every young person out there, everyone in this chamber, this is how you're supposed to grow your wealth. You work hard. Another way that it is that you can accumulate wealth is by inheritance. Okay? So it can come from the family line. You can inherit an estate. You can play the lotto, the lottery, and win it. You can be lucky to marry somebody who is a billionaire, and it stays with you. The wealth stays with you afterwards. So that is the second way. Oh, Madam Speaker, you can be, or you can do illegal things to gain the things in the world. So I'm trying to make the point, Madam Speaker, that if someone has worked hard for what they have, if you have worked hard for what you have, and if by luck or by chance you've inherited an estate, or you name it, or you've won the lotto, or if someone has done illegal activities to gain or to have what they have, you should not be jealous of what they have. Okay? So I'm sure you can put in anything in there when it comes to working hard. Let me just choose two. Let us choose eloquence. For example, so if someone has inherited or has worked hard to be eloquent, you don't be jealous of that. That's a person's gift. And if a person is not so mindful to be as eloquent, you have to respect that person. This is the point about respect. And I said lesson number 2, which is don't take people for granted. Very quickly, Madam Speaker, and we'll get to the bottom of it. So, Madam Speaker, I remember, Madam Speaker, I used to be a teacher at the Clinton Mission Secondary School, and then I left to come and I ran politics to become the rep for Denver South. And I remember all the messages that came from Clinton Mission while I was gone. You see, I came in, and other people, I went out, and other people came in. And then the messages kept coming. You know what was said during my first 3 years as a parliamentary rep? That, and I quote, and this is what came to me, "This is the best rep I have ever come across. This is the best rep that I have ever known." The best. Okay? In the way he deals especially with his constituency, in showing concern for the people in all the things he is achieving in his constituency. The best. And so, Madam Speaker, I guess we have come across a new day. Okay? And do not forget. So we have come across a new day. And lessen the buffering, Madam Speaker, and we are getting to the end of it. Be you. You have to be you. You cannot be someone else. Okay? You cannot walk in somebody else's shoe. You have to be you. And only to make the point that this Edmund Estefan you're looking at, this one, he is contented Okay? He don't take anyone for granted. He don't want to walk in anybody else's shoes. Okay? He is carving out his own path and his own way. And that is what he has done. He has shaye fig et tout vin kui javin wed. Lay do but ale say gagade. When you do not know what somebody has gone through, leave them alone. Everybody has their own story. Everyone. And this is the message that I want to take to the youth of St. Lucia. You have to respect people. And you have to be yourself. And so, Madam Speaker, to say that I am comfortable in my skin, there is no one more comfortable in his skin than Edmund Estefan. Okay? So, and I will end with this. And I will give the story of an iceberg, Madam Speaker. And as I do that, I have to bring in another verse which comes from Hebrew. It says, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. You see, I live my life by faith. That is how I live. I always know that tomorrow is going to be successful because I have someone looking after me. Someone watching over every single step that I make. Faith. So, there's this story about the iceberg. So the iceberg, as all of us would know, has two parts, Madam Speaker. The tip of the iceberg, which is shown, it is above water. If there is, by any chance, any sun, it's going to hit the tip of the iceberg. And then there's the bottom part, okay? The main body of the iceberg, which is not seen, okay? The tip can make noise, things can fall on it and sound might be made, okay? And I can also say that the tip is also shallow, okay? The tip is above water, but the body of the iceberg is underneath. It is not seen, it is not heard, okay? You can just compare this. You can compare this scene when we grew up. The teachers in our classes always said, girls must be seen and not heard. So maybe you can call me girl because I prefer to be seen and not heard. But I will make the point that some people are quiet and some people are loud. Okay? And if I choose to be quiet, if I feel I should operate behind the scenes and achieve the goals of my party, of my ministry, etc., 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 you go down the line. That's my choice. And if you choose to be quiet or loud, that's also your choice. So, when I first introduced lesson number 1, I didn't do it in isolation. We had other persons present. It was done at a church. Okay? And it is very, very, very sad, Madam Speaker, that this lesson was not learned. To be contented. Okay? This lesson was given in the presence of a minister. The minister was present when this lesson was taught. And, I'm wondering, why don't some people learn? Why don't you learn? I started my political career. I was the best thing out. Okay? You praised me all over the place. When I was in opposition, I was in that house. You sat over there. I was chided by the opposition. They always try to make fun of me. But I'm the one they are feared the most. I know that because I get underneath the skin. So when, Madam Speaker, I made my presentations in this honorable house, I had a voice, or I had a partner on the other side. At that time, you see, there was no friend or foe in the picture. So, friend to them, maybe foe to me. I don't know. So then I was turned into foe. Because I was spoken about as a friend. And then how you saying these things about your friend that you know nothing about? You see him looking up and you don't know why he's looking up. You don't know how many boxes of bananas he used to carry. And you want to take him on and say all sorts of things that denigrate about him. You don't know, you will never know. You see, at the bottom of the iceberg, that is where the substance is. That is where the substance is. And it is not sin. And it is deliberate. It is not sin. Okay? You see what I want you to see. And you don't push me. So, Madam Speaker, good. Madam Speaker, let me talk about the budget process, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are gathered here to deal with the estimates. Eventually, I always do. Madam Speaker, the member for Castries is chided the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance for engaging the services, the accounting firm, Ernst & Young. In effect, questioning and insinuating that government did not receive value for money for the services provided by Ernst & Young. The member, it appears, was expecting a drastic change in the presentation format of the estimates. And he talked about the forward is the same, that this is the same, that is the same. But that was not the purpose. That was not Ernst & Young's purpose. If I am correct, he read from the forward in the estimates on page Roman numeral 1 to indicate that nothing changed. How you expect anything to change? For once, I agree with the member, Madam Speaker. The forward in the estimate does not in any way reflect the budget process that the ministries and departments were engaged in. Okay? It is not representative. So, Madam Speaker, there was a workshop on the 14th of February 2017 on zero-based budgeting. I didn't see that in the forward. So, to ask the question, what is he talking about? This workshop was facilitated by Ernst & Young, which I must commend the Prime Minister for putting together. the Prime Minister did indicate clearly that he would not adopt the full-blown zero-based budget process. So the Prime Minister introduced zero-based budgeting, okay, and he said that he was not going to fully implement it, which is why the budget is the way that it is right now. However, all agencies were reoriented in developing key performance indicators. Madam Speaker, following the trading, all agencies were sent back to the drawing board and had to resubmit the budgets, or rather the new spending requests, in a revised format. Agencies had to prepare a case for every new project, like the member for Central Castries mentioned when she spoke. So, Madam Speaker, many persons may not have been happy, but this was the requirements. So, Madam Speaker, I say all of this to indicate that much went on into the preparation of the estimates. Ministries and departments can now better measure the performance of their approved programs. We have stronger basis for the numbers that you see before you today. To the Prime Minister, I say thank you for your persistence and courage to introduce such a concept in such a short space of time. So, Madam Speaker, there seems to be greater on who is the Prime Minister, as was indicated when the opposition leader made his presentation. Who is the Minister for Finance than on the estimates? Madam Speaker, I do not see estimates or figures that cannot be defended or explained. They are not major deviations or digressions from the prudential ratios, and so I understand the doomsday feeling that the members opposite seems to be experiencing. Maybe, just maybe, Madam Speaker, they expected us to be a bit more aggressive. Madam Speaker, this process that I just outlined should have been explained in these estimates. So, I believe that the estimates fell short in that regard. The process was not explained. And Madam Speaker, let me move to something else that happened yesterday. And I wish to remind the member for Dennery North, okay, that's just a little reminder, that while he may have been passionate to make change and to improve the sporting landscape, he should not in any way have to compromise good governance at the institution, at the inner link. He needed to remember that ministers should never sign checks or have a checkbook. Never. And once we started governing, this was one practice that ended immediately. So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot that we can talk about here. There is a lot that we can talk about here. There's so much that we need to talk about, Madam Speaker. So from 0 to 1. So, Madam Speaker, let me quickly go through some of the lines for my ministry. And let me deal with the capital program, Madam Speaker. And let me, at this point, you see, in last year's budget presentation, it ended abruptly. it ended abruptly. We didn't.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order citing section 45(5) of the standing orders, which reads, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member of the member for the
Member, what is it? 30? 35(5). And in what way has the honourable member...
The member for Dennery South has implied that I signed checks as, or he said that I signed checks for agencies that were under my ministerial watch. And I'm asking that this be struck off the record. He is misleading the House. This is falsehood. And Madam Speaker, I'm asking for it to be struck off the record because I've never signed a single check as a minister for the ministry or any of the agencies that were under my ministerial watch.
Oh, how I wish we had instantaneous recording. Did I hear you say only one earlier on? No? Pardon?
I said not one.
Okay, and Honorable, so you are saying the member is imputing improper motives. Pardon? Honorable member, Honorable Minister and member for Dennery South, the member has objected to the fact that you appear to accuse him of having signed checks which he has never done. And so it is imputing improper motives in that if it is an incorrect statement, it actually is detrimental to his reputation.
So, Madam Speaker, he had a checkbook. Maybe the checks were pre-signed.
Honorable member, have a seat. Yes, honorable member for Dennery North.
Again, Madam Speaker, I rise on section 45(5), and I want to state categorically that I never had a checkbook belonging to any of the agencies under my ministerial watch.
I need some clarification here myself, okay? I need some clarification myself. I think, if I recall correctly, it was the Honorable Minister, member for Grosley, who indicated, at which point, Honorable Member, please correct me, that you did not dispute that there was an account in the name of the minister in a bank, a commercial bank in St. Lucia. I think you did acquiesce to that point. So let's have some clarification. Can you please turn off your mic? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to provide the clarification that you are seeking.
A house, actually.
Well, if not specifically for you, Madam Speaker, the entire House, and by extension the public, for following this debate via radio and television. I did say that the National Lotteries Authority has several accounts, and that a particular account was set up in such a way, Madam Speaker, that projects and programs could have been expedited, and that the minister would have been the one to approve the projects and expenditure for that particular account. But there has never been any account at the National Lotteries Authority called the minister's account. And I have never signed a check, and you cannot go to any bank in St. Lucia, Madam Speaker, and find an account belonging to the National Lotteries or any agency under my ministerial watch which says the minister's account. That account was set up to expedite expenditure, as I explained last night, for specific programs and activities.
I've gotten the clarification that I sought now. I understand it. So, Honourable Member, the point being made is, and I think this is it, so you've clarified it adequately for me, for my understanding too, that there was an account called the minister's account, it was? or actually which the minister facilitated, which allowed the minister the smooth approval of for my own elucidation, if that is the case, so who signed on the account? Just
Lotteries Authority was signed. That minister never signed a check. It was never my intention to sign a check. I've never had in my possession National Lotteries Authority.
so the approval process was expedited by the minister signing out on an approval process. The check. Honorable Member for Delhi
I
South.
withdraw my statement, Madam Speaker.
So with that explanation, Honorable Minister, if you don't have anything more to back it, it needs to be withdrawn.
I have done that. I've withdrawn the statement.
So let it be recorded that this statement, the Honorable Member's statement is struck off the record, please, regarding the former minister signing checks, please.
So, Madam Speaker,
Please proceed.
so I was talking about, Madam Speaker, the last year's budget presentation or the budget process, and the policy part of that presentation never came to fruition, never got to the House. And you could see from the presentation yesterday, Madam Speaker, that this was the last stump at the House before the general elections. So you see, the member for Dunrinov was ready, and then that presentation never came. And of course, the presentation was eloquently presented in this honorable House. So, Madam Speaker, some of the things that were mentioned yesterday that I'm supposed to go through, and I'm just going to mention them and move ahead, Madam Speaker. So, head 54. BILD, in there you get the BILD program, which is an international program designed to instill leadership qualities and strengthen the skills of the youth. And that program is taking place and organized by the ministry. There's also the Young Sports Leaders program, which is a volunteering program at the ministry. They assist at schools, community, and national events. Okay? And mobile. We come to lighting of recreational facilities. And at this point, Madam Speaker, let me just quickly summarize what is taking place at the ministry when it comes to these activities. Because just to make the point that since we got elected, members have been clamoring for projects in the constituencies. And as a department, we believe that we need to set up an entire development program for the country, okay, and set our priorities right in those respects before we can just go ahead and do projects all over the place like Black is Blue. So we are meeting all stakeholders, Madam Speaker. We are having the relevant discussions with the stakeholders, and then we will activities. There are some things that we are not going to do anymore, okay? Because whatever we do will be structured. Whatever we do, some things we will need to have a policy for, and whatever we do also would have to be done at a certain standard, okay? We quickly, when we got in, changed the structure at the ministry. So we have a dedicated director of youth and a dedicated director of sports, okay? Even as we speak, I mean, a lot of the things have not been shown in their heads, but we are going to do some promotions within the department. We're not going to just go and take anybody outside and supersede what we have. I believe that we have the skill sets right in the department, and then promotions can be made right in there. Those steps that we are missing, we will get them from the outside. So with this new structure, Madam Speaker, it is still work in progress, and the right mix, the persons with the right skills or the skill sets would have to be sought for, so that at the end of the day, sports and youth programming in St. Lucia would change from what it was and become something magnificent. In the policy statement, I'm sure the Prime Minister is going to talk about a new program, and we spoke about this in the campaign, that we are going to increase the number of coaches in the communities, and we are going to call this an after-school program. That's the Prime Minister's baby. But we think, Madam Speaker, that there is a need for all the communities, every single community, to have coaches engaged and so on, and to have youth programs for after school to keep our young people engaged. As we meet the different associations, one of the things that we will do, we will, like I mentioned earlier, we will set the priorities. We will determine, for example, if we deal in the facilities, which facilities we're going to bring to a certain standard. Okay? If I just take football, for example, as an example, the coaches, the grassroots programs, and so on, they would be manned by coaches, and those coaches would come out, and government would pay those coaches. At the end of the day, these coaches can still assist at the school level if needed.
Honorable Member, I just wish to remind you that now you have 15 more minutes within which to complete your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this after-school program, Madam Speaker, we are hoping that it will be a flagship for the government, that we will engage the youths in the communities. Right now, as we speak, the ministry, the department is working on that specific program to be presented to the Minister of Finance for financing. I just want to say, when the programs for the department were presented to the Minister of Finance, that is one of the programs he asked for. Okay? I am telling you that it is it is his baby. This is what he wants. So we are on the same page. It's that the program Madam Speaker, there's a lot to be spoken about, but I think in the interest of time, I will continue talking about as we meet the associations, the different plans that we're making, etc. And we are meeting the different associations together with the NLA, the National Lotteries Authority, and SSI, Sports and Leisure Incorporated. And NLA's presence is to indicate that things will not be done the way that they used to before. The guard has changed. And we are cognizant, Madam Speaker, that we do not want to waste the little resources that we have. You think if we have for 5 years $8 to $10 million, we should spend this money wisely. Okay? These monies, these programs that we trying to fund, the sporting facilities that we're trying to upgrade, etc., etc., we have to make good choices when it comes to these facilities. And so we talk about standards, as I said, Madam Speaker. We talk about a structure, and we are trying to see to it that SSI become the overall manager for all the sporting facilities on island. I mean, this is something that we're working on. It's not policy yet, but we're working on that. We are also, Madam Speaker, encouraging, and even in dealing with the NLA, for the NLA to put its budget together, because we have requests coming from everywhere, you name it. And so the NLA has to be in a position to know what is priority for us, what is priority for the department. And that is important, because again, we don't want to be throwing our monies away. We want to do the things that are important. We want to do the things that will give us value. We want to do the things that will develop the youth and will develop sports. And so, Madam Speaker, this is where we are heading. And whatever programs that are there, whether it is lighting up playing facilities, whether it is coaching program, of the aquatic center, whatever it is, once it's sports and youth related, the discussions will take place, and then we will find the right mix in terms of how the monies are spent to finance these programs and these projects. So, Madam Speaker, like I said, and as my colleague minister spoke yesterday, mention was made about the elite athlete assistance, which will incorporate the following areas of support: psychological, nutritional, medical, technical, personal development and capacity building. That's a component for leadership, self-esteem, public speaking. So the resources will be directed like this. There will be provisions made on opportunities for training and participation. We will endeavor to support at least 5 such athletes without jeopardizing their career chances. The talent identification component will comprise the establishment of a network of coaches or scouts who will operate at the school and community level to determine athletes of rich potential. This group of emerging athletes will be supported by a comprehensive technical training program, Madam Speaker. And very quickly, if you see some minor changes in the recurrent programs, okay, professional consultancy services to enhance the technical capacity of the department, rental of property. So we had to move, and just let me talk about this very quickly, Madam Speaker. When we got into office, we were located in the middle of Castries, and within a month or two, we had to find new accommodation because of mold. And since then, we have been all over the place. We had to go to we got accommodation at the stadium for a little while. Then some of us moved back to the Ministry of Tourism building. But now we are comfortably placed at a Cherokee building upstairs Hampton. This is the location of the new Department of Youth and Sports. And anybody who's trying to get to the department, this is where we are now. So all the moving and all the hassle and all the inconveniences are over now. Very quickly, Madam Speaker, there's made mention of school sports and physical education. So there's a reward system. I think it's for coaches, etc., that there is an increase of $45,000 for. And then $60,000 this program will facilitate greater support to schools' competitions, trophies, medals, etc. Madam Speaker, one of the decisions that we are going to take, right now, we have about 2% in the Department of Youth and Sports who are responsible for the school sports program, and this is not good. So we're going to have we are going to have a complete new committee in charge of that program. And as we discussed with the St. Lucia PE Teachers Association, they have agreed and they even volunteered, and I think it's a good idea for them and a couple members from the department to become that unit that will man and manage our school sports program. I believe that our school sports program there's so much that we need to do when it comes to school sports, and then we need to take this out of them, and that's the main reason for the after-school program. We have a very good schools program which we can improve upon, and then when our young people leave school and go into the clubs and so on, they fall by the wayside. So we have to put measures in place to arrest that, and this we will arrest. So, Madam Speaker, there is a lot in the estimates that can happen all around St. Lucia. A lot. There are some.
Honourable Member, you have 5 more minutes within which to complete your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it's come to January, Madam Speaker, I mean, I'm holding in my hand a small January South Constituency Development Plan when it comes to, some of the changes we want in our constituency color. We have presented that to the community, and so the general people know exactly what is coming, and we just hope that every agency, every institution that has to help in bringing this out, then we will continue smiling. So, Madam Speaker, again let me thank you for allowing me a little latitude this afternoon to put things in order. Let me thank all members around the table, and let me assure every single Denrian that you know my mantra. You know what ST stands for. ST is for all, and ST will continue being for all, for the development of you, our people, for the development of our constituency, and now for the development of youth and sports in St. Lucia. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Energy and Labour.
Madam Speaker, we have come here upon what I call the sunset of the traditional throne speech delivered by Her Excellency the Governor-General, predicated on the theme Building a New St. Lucia. For me and for many, Madam Speaker, this year's theme brings meaning and purpose to those of us here in this chamber, chosen to shape the destiny of our people and our country. For us, Madam Speaker, in this place of significance, honor and responsibility, we are fortunate as St. Lucian legislators to have among us a blend of youthful exuberance, intellectual competence, and acquired wisdom over time. This brings to bear the responsibility of managing and shaping our country's destiny for our children's inheritance, for the life enjoyment of all of our people, and for the social and economic advancement of our nation in general. But, Madam Speaker, as we parliamentarians attempt to live up to the expectation of Her Majesty, we are called upon every day in our political life to truly accept the role as politicians, whether in government or in opposition. Madam Speaker, while it is neither policy nor convention to debate the throne speech in Parliament, I am obliged to draw reference to Her Excellency's message, in which she clearly states that our small nation confronts tremendous challenges. Madam Speaker, the challenges that we have faced today as a nation require the collective wisdom, understanding, and conviction of all, in whom the people of this nation have retained their confidence in us as the leaders time and time again. Madam Speaker, those tremendous challenges to which Her Excellency referred as confronting us have been knocking at our door for some time now, but rather than taking heed to the warnings as leaders, still necessary for social and economic success. Having failed to do that, Madam Speaker, over a period of time, we come here year after year after year, accusing each other, blaming one another for failure to respond positively and effectively to the problems of our society, which continue to degrade our social and economic climate. Madam Speaker, a cursory glance at the 2016 Economic and Social Review reflects sluggish economic activity. In fact, real GDP growth fell to 0.9% in 2016 as compared to 1.9% in 2015. Madam Speaker, every time we come to this honorable House, one way or another, we tend to use statistics to determine our performances. We use statistics in various measurements, in percentages, in money, and in other forms to champion our causes and our successes with the hope that the people will understand what we have achieved. However, Madam Speaker, the time has come as a people and as a government, considering the international environment and what is taking place not too far from us, the time has come for us to put our shoulders to the wheel, to rally together and to work in the common interests of our people. Madam Speaker, unless there's an injection of economic activity into the economy, the slide is likely to continue. And so, it is necessary, Madam Speaker, for a government of responsibility, a government that cares, a government that understands what it is to serve the people, for us to take strategic action, make strategic moves with the hope of a rise of our people. Madam Speaker, permit me now to manage in the last 10 to 11 months those of infrastructure, ports, energy, and labor. Madam Speaker, in the examination of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2017-2018, I wish to highlight some critical expenditure heads which, once executed effectively, should bolster economic activity in the construction sector, improve the country's road and public infrastructure, and contribute positively to national economic growth and development. Madam Speaker, as you may be aware, the Ministry of Infrastructure, which vision has been defined as to be the flagship ministry critical to achieving infrastructural and national development, is charged with the mission to develop and maintain modern and resilient infrastructure that can support our social and economic development through sustainable and affordable public transportation, road safety, qualitative meteorological data and information, high levels of safety of electrical installations, construction and maintenance of civil infrastructure, enhanced port facilities accomplished through professionalism and teamwork in accordance with international standards. Madam Speaker, yesterday, in response to the Prime Minister's presentation of the motion, a number of parliamentarians on the other side drew reference and concerns to some of the issues which were highlighted in the estimates. These, Madam Speaker, it is my intention to present as I move forward with my presentation. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, I draw your attention to Head 43 under the recurrent expenditure of the Ministry of Infrastructure. Head 4306. Under that head, Madam Speaker, you should have noted the allocation from the annual average of $50.5 million over the period 2015-16 and 2016-17 to an amount of $78,808,412. An increase, as I said, on the annual average of $50.5 million. Madam Speaker, an increase of expenditure approximately $28,216,848 over the last financial year for this year's allocation. Madam Speaker, this increased allocation of the amount of $14,390,000 to be derived from new revenue initiatives will be used primarily for the country's road maintenance program, increasing the annual average from $6,956,184 to $21,054,009, an increase of over $14 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, ideally the Ministry's road maintenance program, the request for this financial year was $17.7 million for roads island-wide. Though the allocation is coming in at 79% of the original request, it is anticipated that there will be a tremendous improvement in our road infrastructure this year, and if we're able to allocate on an annual basis the average amount of $17 million, which is what is required to keep our road infrastructure up to a Class A classification, over time we are likely to realize some efficiencies and cost benefits. Madam Speaker, this realization, the allocation that has been made, as I indicated early on, of an additional amount of dollars initiatives is an indication of a commitment from a government and a Prime Minister who cares about the road infrastructure in this country. It is an indication of an understanding of the importance and significance of the infrastructure in this country to the overall social and economic development and sustainability of this country. It is by developing our road infrastructure, which connects every other sector in the economy, be it in tourism, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in education, in health, and in every other sector in this country. The maintenance of a good road infrastructure is very important and critical to social and economic advancement. You'd recall, Madam Speaker, not too long ago, I came to the Parliament after much pressure from the public following the onslaught of Tropical Storm Matthew. And I outlined to the Parliament the pressures that we as a government were under in as far as our road infrastructure program was concerned. I drew Parliament's attention to the historical background of road infrastructure and road maintenance in this country, and showed the Parliament the manner in which government after government from 2007 demonstrated the true commitment to road infrastructure here in this country. I took you down the memory lane of 2007 to 2008, when an allocation of $7 million was put in place for reconstruction, and in 2009-10 it increased to $7.5 million. And in 2010-2011, recognizing the need to take the quality of our roads to a level second to none, an allocation of $15 million was made for our road infrastructure. What we saw beyond 2011 was a reducing allocation from 15 million down to 10 million, down to 8 million, down again to 5 million, 5.4, 4 million, and 2 million by the year 2016-2017. I indicated then, Madam Speaker, this must never at all happen again under the watch of this government, under the watch of this minister, and under the watch of this Prime Minister. We are committed as a government to do what is necessary, to take the hard and harsh decisions, to raise the necessary resources to maintain our road infrastructure, and to do it in a systematic way to ensure that our people understand what we're doing and that we can demonstrate how we are allocating those funds to positive road development and maintenance in the island. Madam Speaker, in addition to the recurrent expenditure to be spent on road maintenance, etc., there is a capital expenditure allocation of $57,754,403, up from $43,635,380, which is detailed in the capital program of these estimates. Madam Speaker, some and the details of this allocation I shall come to later. But again, it's an indication by this government that we consider the elements of social and economic sustainability to be important enough to make the necessary bold decisions of presenting those allocations and making sure those allocations are adequate for the maintenance of our infrastructure. Madam Speaker, still on the head 43, on this occasion, 4308 public buildings and grounds. Madam Speaker, for some time in this country, week after week, month after month, year after year, government continues to face the challenge of having to find office space for public officers. All of a sudden, Madam Speaker, it appears that our public buildings have been infested with mold and other environmental issues, causing government to find alternative accommodation for public officers in this country. Much of this, Madam Speaker, we have concluded, as the ministry responsible for public buildings, have been as a consequence of neglect for routine maintenance, to be able to at least schedule maintenance programs that every public building is taken care of, not when the problem arises, but before the problem emerges. In other words, you've got to preempt any of those situations which we continue to experience in the public service. So, Madam Speaker, we this year, as I indicated, have seen the need to increase that allocation to public buildings from $308,578 to $3,015,299, an increase of approximately 977%. This again, Madam Speaker, is one which demonstrates that this government understands the problems at hand, and this government is committed to make the bold steps and to deal with the problems as they emerge and to preempt the problems even before they emerge. Madam Speaker, as a government, we cannot continue to acclaim our leadership and pretend that we understand the problems of our people, particularly our public officers. We need to be proactive and we need to respond and do it in time. In addition, Madam Speaker, in addition to this amount for public buildings, we are looking at a breakdown for the maintenance of those buildings, including repairs and rehabilitation to schools on the island. Madam Speaker, the issue of rehabilitation of schools has been a burning issue. For many years, Madam Speaker, for many years, we've had the problem of maintaining our schools on the island. At one time, Madam Speaker, that responsibility resided in the Ministry of Education. The previous government saw the need, the necessity to put that responsibility in the Ministry of Infrastructure. And there was some justification in doing so, in that the Ministry of Infrastructure possessed the expertise in engineering, in electrical personnel, in architecture, and in a range of other services which can be made readily available to the Ministry of Education. We saw, Mr. Speaker, that under that program last year, a meager sum of $300,000 was made available for repairs to schools. That, Madam Speaker, in addition to the allocation for public buildings, we were forced to pool everything together and to allocate everything to the rehabilitation of schools on the island. This year, Madam Speaker, we are increasing that allocation from $300,000 to an amount of $1.5 million. Again, a massive increase that we hope will be able to commence the program of rehabilitation and to bring a level of comfort to our children on the island. But Madam Speaker, what we are called upon to do here in terms of providing for our children cannot at all be restricted to merely repairing our school infrastructure on an occasion, thinking that the time has come to do something and to simply go in and do some basic repairs and maintenance to our schools on the island. We need, Madam Speaker, to be able to examine the true need of the education system, to understand what is needed for our young people, the environment within which they learn, and to make sure we give them the best in infrastructure, the best in facilities, so that they can learn without interruption or without restriction whatsoever. So, Madam Speaker, that program will certainly unfold and will give comfort to our young people. Madam Speaker, permit me at this stage to move to some of the programs for this year which the Ministry of Infrastructure will undertake. You would recall, Madam Speaker, that I spoke early on about the $14 million plus which will be derived from a new initiative this year, and that will go towards what we consider to be operating and maintenance. Madam Speaker, that amount we are hoping will be able to allow us to address some of the numerous problems we have throughout the island. So for some members on the opposite side who have, during their presentation, indicated their concerns for the various roads in the various communities as they affect them and their constituents, in all of those areas, Madam Speaker, we will be looking at the needs of constituencies and attempt to address the needs on a priority basis. I have to date, Madam Speaker, in a proactive effort to begin to plan for the implementation of such a program, instructed my ministry to invite every parliamentarian, whether on the opposition side or the government side, to be able to do a perambulation of their constituency to identify the various roads in their constituencies and to present to the ministry their priorities. I've also decided, Madam Speaker, that as Minister responsible for infrastructure, that I shall, on my own time, once ministers and parliamentarians are available, to undertake a visit along with them to have an even greater appreciation of what the needs are and how we can assist each and every, that each and every parliamentarian, each one, has a commitment and a conviction to help their constituents. As a parliamentary representative, it can be a very hard time, particularly on a weekly basis when parliamentarians visit the constituency offices, to attempt to respond to the request of constituents who on a daily basis make requests for improvement of roads. But Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure is one and probably the only ministry which impacts on every single citizen on a daily basis. From the moment you drive off from your driveway or you walk off from your doorstep, Madam Speaker, once you hit that road impacts on each and every citizen of this country. And therefore, there are times when, of course, if it's the Ministry of Health, when you go to the hospital, you only feel the impact of the hospital when you go there. But with the Ministry of Infrastructure, positive or negative, the moment you step out of your door, whether it's a good road, a bad road, a road with potholes, or no road at all. And so, Madam Speaker, our responsibility is very critical, and I'm hoping that this year, with an allocation of $14 million going towards road maintenance, that will be able to address a number of the roads on the island. Madam Speaker, under the head 43, there is an allocation for the Millennium Highway of $350,000. That allocation, Madam Speaker, is an allocation that has been placed there to allow to maintain the Millennium Highway while we prepare for total reconstruction of that highway. The Millennium Highway, Madam Speaker, was built sometime in 1995-96 and opened in 1997. And at this time, with no major rehabilitative work done on the highway, it is time for us to prepare for reconstruction. So, while all of the negotiations are taking place to have a program for reconstruction, we have decided that a maintenance intervention along the 5.3 kilometers of that road be put in place, a total cost of $350,000 that will allow persons who utilize that road to feel comfortable and to avoid them from complaining on a day-to-day basis. Also, Madam Speaker, is an allocation for $400,000 for the West Coast Road. The West Coast Road, Madam Speaker, an important artery, an important primary road, is one which I'm sure the parliamentary representative for Soufrière will underscore and will appeal for attention. That road, Madam Speaker, which in 2010 thereabout, reconstruction had started on that road but was suspended due to tropical storm or Hurricane Thomas. The time has come for us to begin to look at it and to see how we can not reconstruct, but maintain it until the time has come for reconstruction. The maintenance, Madam Speaker, of this 18-kilometer of primary road network between Mole Street, Ancillary to Columbet, Soufrière, will prevent the deterioration. It will include potholing, crack sealing, reducing verges, and clearing drains. This, Madam Speaker, required intervention maintenance cost is in excess of $400,000 per year, and repairs should improve access to scenic and touristic West Coast communities and to Soufrière and the motoring public. Also, Madam Speaker, in the allocation under Head 43 is an allocation for $1.4 million, which will go towards what we call a road maintenance management system. Much of that system, Madam Speaker, I will speak to when we meet at the next debate on policy. The intention here, Madam Speaker, of the introduction of the road maintenance management system is one that will present the ministry, or position the ministry rather, to be able to assess road condition and to look at what we call the International Roughness Index of the road surface, a tool that is used by every first world country, to be able on a weekly basis to assess the roughness index of your road surface and to allow for prompt intervention without having to await when your road has fallen apart. What we see happening in this country, Madam Speaker, oftentimes, is the fact that you see a small pothole appearing. And most times, it simply looks like just a small break in the pavement, maybe no wider than a saucer. Over time, a $5 note. Over time, what happens, Madam Speaker, as the vehicles and the attrition takes place by vehicles rolling over that small pothole, it begins to expand, and it becomes a crater. We believe that the longevity of any road infrastructure, the lifespan of any road infrastructure, is as long as your ability to have a preventative maintenance program that can stretch it from its original lifespan, if it was built for 10 years, to take it to 15 and maybe 20 years if you're able to maintain that road infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the total estimated cost on this program is $2.51 million, and we're hoping that once we acquire this program, we'll commence that activity of being able to monitor and to maintain our roads. Also, Madam Speaker, in the estimates is an amount of $350,000 for roads in city, towns, and villages. Now, that in itself really cannot take care of all the roads, city, towns, and villages. But we believe that no matter what we are given, we will utilize it to the best of our ability. We will stretch it and to make it have an impact on our people. So, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the maintenance of roads in towns and villages and the city will include Soufrière, Dennery, Ancillary, Canneries, and a number of other areas that we hope to continue over a period of time. This, Madam Speaker, will take up not under this allocation, but under other allocations we'll be able to take care of some roads which we are committed to, but which we have not mentioned here in this presentation. Then we speak of watershed management, the silting of rivers and watercourses. I heard a parliamentarian on the other side who should have known better, indicating that there is some suspicion about the program for the desilting of rivers and watercourses. Madam Speaker, this is not a new program. From the time I've known myself on the surface of this earth, one area that I've known every government to commit themselves to desilting is the Marshall River into the Castries Harbour. That river, Madam Speaker, year after year, I have heard my good friend, the parliamentary representative for Castries East, come to this parliament in the past and asking for that river to be desilted. Madam Speaker, this year is no exception. There is no magic, Madam Speaker. There's no magic in what we are planning, what we are doing here. There's no magic in the $2 million that we have allocated. As a matter of fact, on a daily basis, Madam Speaker, there are public complaints coming to the Ministry of Infrastructure requesting the ministry to desilt ravines and drains and rivers in locations unheard of, which are farmlands, etc. And many times, Madam Speaker, we are unable to respond to the requests. We believe that as time goes on, there's need for watershed management. And together with the Ministry of Agriculture, a program certainly must be implemented to be able to do that watershed management and for us to be able to clear our streams and drains to allow the water to flow freely. But in addition, to work with sustainable development and the minister responsible for solid waste management in conducting public education programs so that our people can stop dumping garbage in our ravines which land on our beaches and affect our serene environment. Madam Speaker, the silting will continue, and I wish to inform the minister, and I'm sure he's happy, the parliamentary representative for Castries East, to inform him that once again we'll take care of his needs in Castries East, in Marshall, in Entrepot, and other areas. Sea defense and coastal management, Madam Speaker, the construction of sea defenses to protect a section of the roadway at Bannons Bay and, of course, in the Castries Harbour. We have lost many lives in that Bay of Castries. The time has come for us not to lose any more lives, and so we have agreed that an allocation of $700,000 will go towards putting up guardrails to ensure that no other life is lost in the Bay of Castries. Slope stabilization, Madam Speaker, is another one that we must look into. For too long, we seem to be having land slippage in many areas. We've had land slippage in Wavin 212, in Black Malay, in Mondidor, and in a number of areas in the most recent past, we have had reason under the former minister to have some stabilization work done at Geno to avoid a catastrophe. Madam Speaker, we'll continue with an allocation of $2 million, which will look at areas such as Mondidor, Bocage, Mont Fortune, Kako, and Babonneau, where measures are aimed at reducing the possibility of the impact of slope failure on life, property, and the public road network. This, Madam Speaker, is very important. Too often, public infrastructure is affected by land slippage. Either the land is slipping off the road or slipping onto the road. And again, as a consequence of a decision taken to make this ministry a more proactive ministry, we will proceed to look at those areas that I mentioned. Madam Speaker, we quickly move at bridges and culverts, a total of $3 million, again under head 43. And if you notice, I'm not speaking of the line item I'm sure we all can find it. And the amount that is there, Madam Speaker, is $3 million, again, to make sure that we can maintain our culverts, our bridges, in some instances, to make sure that there's free passage of water into and under our bridges, and to be able to inspect those bridges to recognize what the issues are rather than for them to fall and then for us to react. The time has come for construction and rehabilitation of roads, Madam Speaker, will continue targeted maintenance interventions along primary, secondary and tertiary roads. Preventative maintenance intervention requires $17.7 million. This I indicated early on a request was made for, but we were granted an allocation of $14 million, which we hope to utilize to the best of our ability to create the necessary impact. But Madam Speaker, when I speak at the policy debate, I will speak of the need for us, when we speak of maintenance of our road infrastructure, to indicate the need as we put in place that instrument of measurement to be able to measure the roughness index, to put in place a restructured maintenance department within the ministry that will allow for us to be able to have an inspectorate to inspect our roads on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, to report weekly, and to have the necessary intervention taking place on those roads. We believe, Madam Speaker, the reconstruction and rehabilitation of secondary and tertiary roads has to be looked at in a holistic manner. We cannot speak of building new roads all the time and don't put in place maintenance. The bulk of our success will be about how well we maintain our road infrastructure in this country. It has to be seen from the standpoint of a human being. If when you're born you can't maintain yourself, you can't take care of your health, you cannot do the right things, you'll collapse before your life expectancy arrives. And that is the same principle that we apply, Madam Speaker, to road infrastructure redevelopment. And so we have identified in that allocation of $5.1 million, the Rosa-Vanna Road Rehabilitation, 4.9, reinstatement of drainage inverts at Ancillary Playing Field, and I hope that will allow the Minister to calm down a bit. Other designs, consultancies for future works, all of that will be done, Madam Speaker, to bring hope and to bring comfort to parliamentarians and to devices, procurement and installation of guardrails, which I mentioned early on, and the improvement of road safety and to reduce fatalities. Madam Speaker, it is important to have good roads. It is important to talk about having good roads. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, it is absolutely necessary to have good roads with the right road furniture, with the right street markings, with the right fixtures that allows motorists who ply our roads to be able to ply those roads safely. The most dangerous thing, Madam Speaker, driving on the road at night, even if those roads are lit, is you're driving along a road and you cannot distinguish between the edge of the pavement and the shoulder of the road. At the same time, you're not able to determine whether you are in the center of the road or whether you're off the road. Madam Speaker, you'll see in the coming months and years, a lot of emphasis will be placed on road safety. The marking of our roads, street signs, directional signs, and other fixtures that will help improve the quality of our roads. Madam Speaker, one project which we have continued as a consequence of Hurricane Thomas recovery and reconstruction is the construction of the Tomaso and Canaries bridges. Those two bridges are on their way. Canaries is on the way. Tomaso has just started, and we're hoping that they will be completed in time. I heard that the former minister has indicated that this is the only projects. These are the only projects which we kept. Otherwise, all others are cut. Let me indicate that this government is not just about cutting. This government is about examining the relevance, the importance, and the economic impact that projects will have on the country.
Just to clarify, I never said so. the report that the minister got was false. I said that I want to congratulate him for continuing the Tamaso and Canaries Bridge. I even said that the allocation for the Silton had increased. I never said so. So those who reported to him, as usual, didn't tell him what's right.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And let me thank the honourable member for having recognized the wisdom in this administration by its allocation and the relevance of the allocation put in place. And so, Madam Speaker, having said this, we move on to the question of the Grosley and Secondary Road Network rehabilitation. Again, this program, which is funded through the creative funds, I will articulate a little more in terms of the new scope of works that we believe we are putting in place to respond to the need in the North.
Honourable Member, I wish to inform you that you have 15 more minutes within which to complete your presentation.
Madam Speaker, I will attempt to complete in the 15 minutes. But I must also say to you, Madam Speaker, that while it is necessary to do so, I would like also to attempt to address certain issues beyond that of the Ministry of Infrastructure. Some of them relate to the Ministry of Health. I will leave matters pertaining to ports for the next debate. Matters of energy and labour, I will just address labour within the next 5 minutes. Madam Speaker, the Department of Labour is one department. If you are to look at the estimates, you'd recognize that that department doesn't really have much variance in its allocation. In fact, the recurrent allocation for the Department of Labour has remained relatively flat, with the exception of a variance relating to the department, or rather to the unit, the employment unit, which deals with particularly with overseas employment. That unit, Madam Speaker, is a unit which has been working assiduously over the years to bring about opportunity for St. Lucians who are unemployed, particularly rural St. Lucians who seek opportunities in Canada and the United States. Let me quickly draw your attention, Madam Speaker, to what we have achieved in 10 short months. We have been able to gain employment on 3 new farms, as well as to maintain 27 farms in Canada. Only 4 months into the new year, we have already sent 137 recruits on the program, which includes 30 new workers. This compares to our figure of 222 workers for the entire year 2016. Madam Speaker, this program, which upon assumption of office, I decided there was a need for us to re-engage farmers in Canada. That was necessary because over the years we have seen a reduction in the number of workers who have gone to Canada and an increase in the number of workers from neighboring islands of St. Vincent and to a lesser extent Dominica. I do not believe we should ever allow ourselves to be outrun by other countries, and so a visit was taken last year where we met a number of new farmers, among them one farmer who was taken for the first time workers from St. Lucia, but who has also, based on his impression of St. Lucia, visited St. Lucia, engaged with the Ministry of Agriculture, and is now talking and negotiating the possibility of importing produce from St. Lucia into Canada and hopefully to invest in a farm here in St. Lucia to do training and also export to Canada for the Canadian market. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, rather, I was asked to deal with a number of, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I've been asked to deal with a number of issues relating to the Ministry of Health. For some reason or the other, Madam Speaker, it is felt that since I served in the Ministry of Health for 5 years and then for another few months in 2006, that I'm one of those persons who can deal with the issue of health. But let me just make some general statements on health because I need some extra time from you so that I can just conclude, Madam Speaker, with matters pertaining, as far as the estimates are concerned, related to my constituency. Madam Speaker, under Head 53 in the Ministry of Health, there is the Accelerated Health Strengthening Project, which is one intended to restructure to meet the urgent needs of designing and implementing the Universal Health Coverage Initiative. Madam Speaker, this is a matter which is critical. This is a matter which administration after administration has been speaking of. And so, Madam Speaker, we have allocated $250,449,000 for this program, and which will bring about governance, services, financing and coverage, human resources, health infrastructure, quality and health information systems. Madam Speaker, within the health system, building hospitals alone cannot solve your problems. A hospital built will be just a building if it doesn't have the necessary support services, if it doesn't have the governance services, if it doesn't have the finance and coverage, if it doesn't have the trained personnel, if it doesn't have the necessary quality and health information systems, it will simply be a shell. And so, Madam Speaker, this program, the Accelerated Health Strengthening Program, is one, once implemented, will help strengthen our health infrastructure, but not only at the tertiary level, but at the community level, at your polyclinics, at your health centers, and the integration of the system, the health information system, from health center to polyclinic to hospital, to make sure you have an integrated system that responds to our needs. More than this, Madam Speaker, is the need to use the health management systems under Head 53, Item 215, for which an allocation of $1,160,465 is placed there to really bolster that information system which was established many years ago but which is outdated. That, Madam Speaker, again will strengthen our community health infrastructure and our community health services. You cannot speak of health, Madam Speaker, if only you speak of hospital. You can only boast and speak about your health services if at the community level, at the primary health care level, if at that level you're speaking preventative health, if at that level you're preparing people and training them to understand good health practices, nutrition, and all of those other aspects that are required, only then you'll be. Then there's the purchase of equipment, medical equipment for St. Jude's Hospital. So while all the noises are going about St. Jude Hospital, we are being proactive. We are saying there's need to purchase equipment, particularly as it relates to dialysis, to begin to broaden the numbers, at least the catchment of persons who are knocking on the health services doors every day to get access to our dialysis system. But again, Madam Speaker, this is what I call the secondary aspect of it. Not to boast of having so many dialysis machines to respond to persons who need dialysis, but to say that we're reducing the number of dialysis machines because we have a strong primary health care service, Madam Speaker, in this system. Madam Speaker, we spoke of SUFRE. What's that? Don't worry. Madam Speaker, early on, the parliamentary representative for SUFRE spoke of the SUFRE Hospital and an allocation of $147,741.60 has been allocated for the electrical works to be done at the SUFRE Hospital. Madam Speaker, the SUFRE Hospital has outlived its usefulness. The time has come, and you would see later on as I present, Madam Speaker, for which I'm sure the Prime Minister may have to give me some extra time, Madam Speaker, you'd recognize that at the SUFRE Hospital, Madam Speaker, you'd recognize that there's a new World Bank program that is now beginning, that is coming on stream to explore the potential and the possibility of the establishment of a new hospital in Soufrière. So 147,741.60, Madam Speaker, will go towards doing electrical works at the Soufrière Hospital to sustain it for the time being until we're ready to build a new facility in that area. Then we move to Head 53, Item 201, rehabilitation works at the Mental Wellness Center, Madam Speaker. Though the Medical Wellness Center has been open now for probably, I think, 8 or 9 years, Madam Speaker, much of the infrastructure in that facility is going, and so there is need to put in place hydrants and valves because we do not want a fire to emerge at that institution and for anyone to lose their lives or a similar situation at St. Jude to happen. We're looking at the question of grill doors for generator and control rooms, CCTV and security, tiling, cupboards and lighting, sewer and vent works, external works, cleaning site, the bushing and pressure washing. Madam Speaker, these things are things which indicate to the principle I spoke of earlier on about maintenance. If we do not maintain, if we do not have a regime of maintenance for our infrastructure, for our institutions, we'll find ourselves in situations like these where you come for capital allocations to arrest problems that have been developing over a period of time. And Madam Speaker, there are a few others, Madam Speaker. The question of the construction of the Ancillary Wellness Center. Madam Speaker, this project again is a long-standing project. It's one that is needed. The Ancillary Health Center, where it is or where it was, is in a floodplain. Every time it rains, it floods. You cannot have a health center in a floodplain. There is a need to get a new health center. And so, Madam Speaker, the government has committed itself to the construction of the Ancillary Wellness Center through NIPRO on a board agreement at a total cost of $9.015 million, and it is anticipated that this will get off the ground sooner than later. And then, Madam Speaker, we look at the other projects which are not in the estimates, but I'll just list as we go on. Under the DVRP, the World Bank projects, and the Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Program.
Honourable Member, I just wish to indicate to you that you have 5 more minutes within which to complete your presentation.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 3210, I rise to ask that the Honourable Member for Castries North be allowed an additional 15 minutes within which to complete his presentation.
Honourable Members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be suspended in order to allow the Honourable Member for Castries North an additional 15 minutes within which to complete his presentation. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if my mathematics is correct, is it 25? 15 plus 10? Oh, 15 plus 5, sorry. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to come for some additional time. And so, Madam Speaker, I wish to again draw your attention to the construction of the Dennery Polyclinic. Again, that is a project that has been languishing for years that we believe this administration will deal with. Again, it is being funded under the World Bank. As I spoke of early on, the Soufrière Hospital. There is a project, the vulnerability assessment, to be done, which present options of the Soufrière Hospital. That component of the project, which is valued at $133,000 US dollars or 354,000 EC dollars, is a World Bank driven project which will be executed this year. That is the feasibilities. The detailed designs are at a cost of $397,000 EC dollars also is under consideration, again to be funded by the World Bank. And then the rehabilitation of the Soufrière Hospital at a tune of $5.6 million, if that is the way we are going down at the end of the day. The new National Hospital, Madam Speaker, is an issue. It's one which was signed in 2013 and which has been going on now for a little while. The last administration for 5 years attempted to have grand opening the Owen King EU Hospital, but soon after the grand opening the doors were shut, and so we are still out waiting to reopen it. Madam Speaker, we are developing a strategy for the commissioning of the new National Hospital. A strategy that will allow that hospital to provide quality service, efficient service, and caring service to all of the people of this country. Later on, Madam Speaker, you will hear of some of the initiatives when it is delivered at the policy statement, some of the initiatives which will be taken to complement the services to be delivered at the new National Hospital. Outpatient care, inpatient care, diagnostic and treatment, medical support, general support services, sundry areas, etc. All of these, Madam Speaker, will be presented at the policy level. And so, Madam Speaker, as I close this chapter on health, I believe that the attention that any government gives to its people, whether its children, its senior citizens, those in need of health care, etc., the quality of the attention granted to its people is an indication of the soul of that government. I believe, Madam Speaker, that this United Workers' Party has a soul, a caring soul, a soul that is looking out for the majority of our people in this country. Madam Speaker, this year signifies a milestone in my political career. But certainly, while it is a milestone, it is not my threshold once the Almighty God continues His blessings on me and grants me good health and life. Madam Speaker, the year was 1987. Young and exuberant, like some who are here, not at 30, younger than all of you here, and the dates, not date, but dates, were 6th April and 30th April 1987. The famous double election victories in 1 month, resulting in a 9-8 majority to the UWP on both occasions, and the eventual crossing of the floor by Neville Snack, and the gift to Labrie of the famous crossover pack, now the Rudy John playing facility, if my memory serves me right. Madam Speaker, the 6th April, this month, political process here, it is a nostalgic moment for me, Madam Speaker, because at that time when I took the decision to go into politics, the member for Castries South, who had formed the Rotaract Club in St. Lucia with myself and others, appealed to me not to venture into the political arena. In fact, the member felt that it was better if I stayed with him and pursue politics, supporting later on the member, or rather the candidate who I defeated, who left the Labour Party and joined the United Workers' Party, Mikey Pilgrim. Madam Speaker, for all of those years, I have been through thick and thin. I've been through the valley to the mountaintop, back into the dark valleys of politics, and back into government. I'm honored to receive and to welcome the rep from Castries South, who now joins me after 30 years, and still not yet 60, to pursue the agenda of the people of this country. Madam Speaker, I've seen many parliamentarians come and go. I once left, I have returned, and I will announce when it is time for me to leave this honorable chamber. I've been through much politically, from scraping the barrel in the three-corner fight to reaching the zenith of my political career, sending political opponents packing one after the other, even to seek refuge on this side of the political divide. He has seen and accepted the light, and he now understands properly what politics is in a place where, where it is meaningful. Madam Speaker, the people, the architects responsible for my being here in this house at this time and time again, are my dear constituents of Castries North. At 30 in elective politics, Madam Speaker, with a 9-year window in the political wilderness, I owe a debt of gratitude to my loving, adorable constituents of Castries North and those in that portion of Castries Central who still see me as their parliamentary representative. Those in Leslieland and in Rosehill, in Boapatat, in Patterson's Gap, and all of the other parts who still see me as their father and their parliamentary representative, and for whom I care so much. That is why, Madam Speaker, on every count, every occasion, I appeal for the Methodist School to be taken care of, and I hope in this budget we can take care of the Methodist School, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, the journey continues with support from every part of the constituency, the list I shall not mention. And I'm hoping that without drawing the attention of parliamentarians responsible for the social and economic advancement of Castries North, that they respond at the appropriate time to my needs, the infrastructure needs which I am responsible for, to put in place the necessary roads and infrastructure to upgrade and to maintain, the sports facilities, and I choose, therefore, to mention those needing upgrading. For when I came into the political fray, Madam Speaker, in many parts, there was no such place called Carolee nor Agard. It came through my efforts. In Rosehill, there was never a community center. We acquired private property, homes, to build a community center. In Chase Gardens, there was no multipurpose court or playing field. We took private land and landed in court to fight for the young people of Chase Gardens to get them a multipurpose court. In Carolee, through the development, I insisted on having lands for community facilities, to the extent that after the construction started, an injunction was placed on me to stop me from building. But that, Madam Speaker, has not stopped me and will not stop me, because I am more energetic now than I was even in the past, at 30 years ago. And so, Madam Speaker, I look to the Minister for Sports to upgrade and rehabilitate the Chase Gardens multipurpose court, the completion of the Carolee multipurpose court under the CDP program, the completion of the Bize multipurpose court, and the upgrading of the Leclerc playing field, which is being done now with the assistance of the community itself. I look, Madam Speaker, to some new facilities to bring social amenities to the people at Agard through the construction of a sports and recreational and multipurpose complex in Agard, which I have already turned the sword at this time. At Armandale, Madam Speaker, we're looking for a children's playground. And under the CDP program, Madam Speaker, $2.6 million in programs have already been submitted to the Minister responsible for economic development that I hope he will respond to. The completion of the Carolee Park and Sports Complex is necessary, and the Community Infrastructure Development Program is also necessary on the CDP. In concluding, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues for having placed their confidence in me as a member and to contest the last general elections and to bring victory once again to the people of this country. I want to thank my constituents who have remained steadfast through the years without wavering in their support, and who, on this occasion, made a statement about their love for me, their love relationship with me, and their conviction in who I am, what I stand for, and what I can deliver. I want to thank Madam Speaker, my family, most of whom have made great sacrifices throughout the 30 years of being involved in the elective process. I want to thank Madam Speaker, the Lord, who has given me the blessing of good health, strength, and energy. I also want to thank Madam Speaker, all those officials who I've worked with in recent times, those in the Ministry of Infrastructure, those before in the Ministry of Health and Community Development, Prime Minister's Office, Economic Affairs, External Affairs, and all public servants kind to me in the 30 years that I've been in the politics of St. Lucia. In closing, I want to thank you, the members of this chamber, those on the opposite side, and those, my brothers and sisters, on this side of the Parliament. My relationship with all of you have been exceptional. I look forward to working with you and serving you in the coming years and to continue to make my contribution to the development of this country, which is ours, this new St. Lucia, which we commit ourselves to build. I thank you.
Honourable Member for Vieux-Fort South.
Notice. That's it, you got it? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in a debate like this, and I assume in the policy debate to ensue, on both sides of the House we will hear some very strange things. Claims and counterclaims. Historical facts and distortion of historical facts. Economic data and incorrect economic data. But sometimes there are things that are said that just stand out. Stand out because they are so inaccurate and seem to fly in the face of the very evidence that is before you. And of course, I think it becomes unfortunate in a budget debate like this that if time has to be spent on responding to every such statement that runs afoul of the truth of the facts before it. So I'll content myself with just two statements. I heard the member of Castries Central commenting on the expenditure patterns of the former government and this government, suggesting perhaps that this current government was not engaged in any excessive expenditure, a more than accustomed expenditure. Yet the estimates that I have before me say that this current budget before the House is something over 50 million more than the budget last year. And it is in the very document that we are supposed to debate. Then she says that they had unemployment at 24%. No one denies unemployment in St. Lucia was high, it's still very high. But then that too flies in the face of the very evidence that is available. The Economic and Social Review says, Madam Speaker, at page 39, the rate of unemployment fell to 21.3% in 2016 from 24.1% in 2015, resulting in a... And the information that is publicly available suggests that the unemployment rate is now in the vicinity of 20% and declining. It will be a matter of debate as to who should claim credit for that, but today I will leave that alone. As to the other matters, there's a time and place for that, and I'm certain that our voices will be heard. More pointedly, Madam Speaker, in analyzing the estimates of revenue and expenditure, I ask myself, what is the message that the government wishes to convey to the people of St. Lucia, to our investors, and ultimately our financiers? This is really a very crucial question, not only because the estimates of revenue and expenditure should reflect a plan, a policy, well, not a policy, but a plan, an intention. It should offer some indication of the expected economic behavior of the government and the actors in the government. It should offer direction to financiers, particularly those who, of course, buy our bonds and other short-term financial instruments. For example, our treasury bills. Financiers need to be reassured that their investments are safe. And this is the critical question. At the end of the day, when this budget is properly perused and analyzed, will those investors feel confident enough to put in the money that this country needs to develop? Where do we get the answer to the question that I pose? In fact, where do I get the answers? Obviously, and it goes without saying, Madam Speaker, that the first source of the answer to that question has to be gleaned from the figures in the estimates of revenue and expenditure. We must pause through it to see what the signals are. I guess reference must be had to the presentation of the Minister for Finance in his explanation of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the allocations to the various heads, whether recurrent or capital. But a third source that is also critical is the public pronouncements of the Minister of Finance on budgetary issues and challenges, whether in the media or otherwise. That's a point of reference, a critical point of reference. And finally, there's a fourth and vital source, and that's the documented assessments of the performance of the economy. For example, the reports of the International Monetary Fund, the Caribbean Development Bank, and for what it is worth, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. And we know, for example, that the IMF in its last pronouncements on the St. Lucian economy said to the government of St. Lucia that you have to make policy adjustments because of the policy decisions that you have taken in the last few months. So we are under a very watchful gaze. They all want, whether they are regional institutions or the International Monetary Fund, to see how we tackle the problems ahead and how we tackle the new problems that have emerged from the actions of the government. But I must say that the Minister for Finance, the member for Micoud South, has been very helpful. I concede that. as usual, he's been very talkative and loquacious. The minister has repeatedly decried the high debt of St. Lucia. He declared to the people of St. Lucia and the world that St. Lucia was broke. That was quoted all over the place. Only recently on St. Lucia News Online, SNO, and I know that this is one of the favorite electronic channels for the minister, SNO carried a story about the removal of the subvention of the St. Lucia National Trust, and the Minister for Finance, in seeking to justify his actions, declared that we have a cash problem in the government. We are not generating enough revenues to cover all the costs that we have. We have to prioritize where we are going to spend our money, unquote. And in that same interview, he added, we have to prioritize now how we spend public funds, given the fact that there isn't enough money available. So we have a debt problem. And these are not his words, my words. So we have a debt problem, we have a money problem, we have a revenue problem, we have an expenditure problem. This is what the Minister for Finance has said to us. But what do we see? What do we see in this budget? We are broke. We have no money. Yet, we see expenditure on wages and salaries will increase by $13.8 million from $476.3 million to $490.1 million. And all of this is contained, Madam Speaker, helpfully in summary to this budget. And the Minister of Finance clarifies it in his presentation. He says this is a 2.9% increase, which I have not checked. Why? We have a revenue problem, yet expenditure on transfers, the financing of statutory bodies, agencies, and government-owned companies will increase by $18.3 million from $123.5 million to $141.8 million. Then, of course, two. One we perhaps did not spend time on identifying. There is an increase to the Office of the Budget, and that increase, I think, is identified on page 226, if I'm correct. And that is worthy of some kind of explanation. From the revised estimates of 2006-17 of $3.1 million to $6.1 million, almost 100%. But this budget is crafted for survival on a massive deficit. The estimates project an overall deficit of $220,918,204. On the one hand, you can say, well, give the Minister of Finance a break, because in the last 10, 15 years in St. Lucia, we have had to resort to deficit financing. And when you look at the figures, it means that the fiscal deficit, which the minister claims was reduced to 1.2% GDP in the financial year 2016-17, will now be allowed by his deliberate decision to increase to 4.7% of GDP this financial year. I say claims, and I'm subject to correction, because in looking at, not cite the figure for the overall deficit, I took a look at page 7, which in itself is surprising. It's a surprising omission. I don't know why, and I'm not intending to suggest the imputation of anything else but an omission. But I prefer to take my point of departure from the fact that the Minister of Finance says that the deficit this year, the deficit that he has inherited that resulted at the end of the financial year was 1.2% of GDP. I pause, Madam Speaker, because I recall I was called all kinds of names. The people of St. Lucia was told I was a little boy managing an economy. It was too much for me. Yet this Minister of Finance is perhaps the luckiest Minister of Finance in the entire Caribbean, because he has inherited a deficit that is one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in the Caribbean at this time. Why? That's the reality. Admittedly, and I wish, or I will try to be fair where I can, the Minister has indicated that this was achieved because there was underspending or reduced spending on the capital side. Concede that. But even if there was the spending that had been programmed, that deficit would not have been, under any circumstances, less than 2.5. So you might have expected a deficit of 2.5% of GDP. The question is, what is the best use? What is clear for all of us in this House is this: we can resolve the deficit, but unless we resolve the issue of rising debt, we remain in problems. Because deficits fuel debt. And so, if we don't tackle debts, as we are failing to do in this budget, then inevitably we are preparing for the eventuality of economic and fiscal collapse. That is what is concerning the leader of the opposition. That is what is worrying the leader of the opposition. In effect, what we have seen in this budget is a shift in policy, because the former government was concerned, and the evidence is clear, with reducing the amount of debt for each budgetary cycle, but this government has decided it's going into the other direction, and it is going to fuel economic activity by heavy borrowing. So the vicious cycle continues. Madam Speaker, I am the last person in the world to blame this new administration over debt. Successive governments have had to resort to debt. St. Lucia faced one of the most cruel economic contractions ever in its recent history in the last few years, and had no choice but to attempt to use its available resources and to turn to borrowing. What this is saying is that at least that there is one issue that both sides of this chamber understand is vicious, it is dangerous, and it has to be tackled. And this can never be a matter solely for one government to decide. Because whether we like it or not, we are chaining the future generation of this country. And when I say it is our responsibility, it cannot be a situation where we shout at each other across the House, trying to decide who is responsible for what. That's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about a fundamental approach that looks squarely at the issue of debt, and both sides sit down and agree on a program to contain and to reduce debt. That's what I'm talking about. And you hear them. Only now. This is the same group of people in opposition who spoke about enacting a fiscal responsibility bill. That's the same set of people. It is interesting, Madam Speaker, for us to understand the relationship between deficits and debt and financial disaster. This is an interesting week in Trinidad and Tobago. The rating agency Moody's have now downgraded Trinidad and Tobago to junk status. A very serious development. And they have cited several reasons as to why Trinidad and Tobago has to be downgraded to junk status. But two stand out. The first is that Moody's is concerned by the fact that the fiscal deficit in Trinidad and Tobago will rise to 6% of GDP. And they make the point that the legislative changes which Trinidad made in respect of that has not yielded the revenue that the country requires to deal with its fiscal problems. Secondly, they make the point that Trinidad is on a path of rising debt. We are now approaching, I believe, 80% debt to GDP ratio. I have not worked out the figures of what the implications would be for this new cycle of debt. I have not. But I know we are approaching 80%. At least the IMF confirms that. And in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, debt currently stands at 54%, and I believe is rising, is my understanding, to 70%, estimated by the end of 2019. We are just buying time for the deal with this issue of debt once and for all. Whether we not, whether we regard it as heresy, whether we want to say, well, you're only saying that now because you're in opposition, because it was a constant issue across this chamber, we are only buying time. Whether we want to accept it, as I said, we are in the danger zone because we are now at the stage of borrowing money to pay off money that we have borrowed before. It's a vicious borrowing cycle. We are borrowing money to pay debt previously incurred. And anybody knows if you run a household, the reality is that your options will run out. And this is the vital question. And I have, in the past, when I've been impressed by a contribution from the other side, I've been generous. I admit it. It was obvious that the member from Swaziland was in a different zone, in a different plane. Of course, it is true to say that he perhaps did not fully understand this is not a policy debate, but an estimates debate. But perhaps he was the one who came closest to issuing a message about this budget when he says that this budget is about inspiring confidence so the investors could buy our bonds and financial instruments. He might be right. These days, the market conditions have changed somewhat. People are moving away from short-term instruments for the time being. For how long, nobody knows. But the real question for him is this: how do you inspire confidence by increasing your debt already beyond prudential limits to finance your deficit? Bearing in mind the examples that I've just cited. And I'm not going to go to Barbados. But in the minister's own words, in his own admission, we have a revenue problem. What is new about this? For the last 10 years, we have had a revenue problem in St. Lucia. We have refused to come to terms with the implication of the revenue problem. We have always known that we are not generating enough revenue to meet the expenses of the government, to pay for salaries and wages, to pay for services, your hospitals, to pay for your youth centers, to pay for your roads. We have always known that we have had a revenue problem. But if you have a revenue problem, as he freely says and admits, then you have options. One logical response is to seek to increase your revenue, but that until this budget, they have said that this is not a path they will pursue because the former government was about taxation, but we wait. The evidence is slowly unfolding. The second, of course, is that you can reduce expenditure, cut back expenditure significantly. But we don't see that happening in this budget. In fact, expenditure is increasing significantly. Or if you prefer, you can fashion and mix a combined approach. You put your pedal on both expenditure and revenue, and you seek to balance them in such a way as to not allow either to overwhelm the other. Then, of course, you believe that growth will save you. Growth will save you. If you grow the economy, it will save you. Of course, new investments have a way when they're under construction. They can help your balances. But you know, you give out so many concessions when these developments are taking place that it takes several years before the real returns on the investment could occur. Because ultimately, if additional funds don't come into the government treasury from these investments, then really you're spinning top in mud at the end of the day. But what we have in these estimates at our disposal. Now, the figures are curious, Madam Speaker. The estimates show that revenue will almost remain flat. That is to say, will increase at the end of fiscal 2018 by a mere modest amount of $225,853. Now, anybody looking at those figures would be puzzled. After all, the government took a decision to reduce VAT by 2.5% and they have lost $53 million. So that 53 million, if it's accurate, has to be made up. So if you're going to present revenue estimates that suggest it is the same thing as the previous year, because that's not going to come from additional economic activity generated in the course of this fiscal year. That's impossible. Then what's supplementing it? What's making up for it? How could revenue remain relatively flat if it is admitted that you have this reduction in your VAT intake? That's the question. Really, this is pure economic subterfuge. And the only excuse that you can find for it at this stage, which shields the government, is to say, well, we can't admit it, we can't disclose now, because we have to wait for the policy pronouncements. But the answer is clear. it means that new revenue generating measures will have to be imposed to make up for the lost revenue. And remember, the IMF said, we're watching you. To ensure that recurrent revenue performance achieves even the forecasted amount of 1.1 billion. And if that is not the case, then we wait the consequences when we report in the next estimates of revenue and expenditure in 2017, in 2018 for 2017. And the leader of the opposition has asked a valid question. I'd like to note, Madam Speaker, that excise taxes on imports is forecasted to increase from $86.8 million in 2016-17 to $104.13 million at the end of 2017-18. This is an increase of $17.5 million. What explains this significant increase in revenue intake from this head? Surely, if it is not what it appears to be, then by all means disclose it. Incidentally, Madam Speaker, what has happened to the proposed property tax amnesty in 5 to Stay Alive? I mean, I remember there was an announcement last year that the homeowners in St. Lucia would be the beneficiaries of a property tax amnesty this financial year. Maybe the intention is to bring it a little closer in this current 5-year cycle. Yes, I'm coming to you. You just be patient. Be very patient. Right, now, of course, this is, no, you leave him alone. Leave him for me, leave him alone. The fact is, this amnesty cannot be for the ordinary people of St. Lucia. The poor people of St. Lucia. Because as you know, those with properties valued up to $200,000 do not pay property tax. And I know that the estimates indicate that some $12 million was collected in property tax in 2016-17, and in 2018 a sum of $11.5 million is forecasted to be collected. So the question then is, where are we with property tax? The member for Dennery South attempts to answer the question posed by the leader of the opposition. What is new in this estimates of revenue and expenditure? What really is different? And he gave us an explanation to suggest that, well, the opposition was taken by surprise because basically it is the same thing that they saw the last time. But again, there was all the hype, all the talk about a new budget approach, a new budget methodology. The point is, the Minister of Finance has had 10 months to craft this estimate of revenue and expenditure. But there are some, what I describe as delightful oddities, and some I admit occurred in my time, existed even before me, but that doesn't mean that we don't take the opportunity to rectify oddities, etc. I am, Madam Speaker, referring to the indicators of performance. And I readily admit that some of these statements that appear as performance indicators have appeared in the past and should have attracted. But there are some statements of pure flagellation. At page 389 of the estimates, one indicator of performance is described as number of press conferences, documentaries, news items. What does that have to do with the budget? What on earth this has to do with the performance of the budget? Likewise, the Department of Sustainable Development, Energy, Science and Technology cites the number of press releases aired as an indicator of its performance. The Office of the Prime Minister is even more amusing. An achievement is cited as, quote, percentage of ceremonies managed within budget and on schedule, unquote. So you then ask the question, the very valid question, what really was the contribution of Ernest? And by the way, Prime Minister, you should come clean and tell the House in your rebuttal how much you were paying for that. It's time to come clean on it. The Minister of Finance laments the delays in the implementation of the capital budgets. And this is not news to us. I mean, it's interesting to listen to the roll call of projects that are intended this financial year, and very interesting to hear timelines about these projects. And the truth of the matter is that all governments have faced this problem. When I listened to the minister talk about the DVRP as if it was their creation, the DVRP was created by the former government. That's the reality. It was a project that was designed with the former government, but they have to implement it. When I hear of schools being constructed coming out of the DVRP, when I hear the Dennery Hospital being constructed out of the World Bank, out of the DVRP, people claim it as my work. I don't want to. But the fact of the matter is that these projects have been on the drawing board for months, for weeks, and for years, yes, for years. Even it might be difficult to concede ownership and authorship. I understand. Now, I'm often reminded, you know, Madam Speaker, of a meeting I had with Sir John Compton when we won the election in 1997. He asked for a discussion with me, and he came to the official residence, and he said to me, you know, I see you have an ambitious program for the country in your manifesto. I said, yes, very, very ambitious. And then he replied, he says, I wish you the best. Good luck. Good luck with the civil servants. Good luck with the civil servants with whom you have to work. But the truth of the matter is that while there may be problems on the bureaucratic side in our speed of decision making, there can be no doubt that there are huge problems on the side of donors. And everybody knows the history, I believe, with the European Union. I think the Minister of Agriculture, both in his former and current capacities, he knows of the problem. But you know, there's a concept in contract law called self-induced frustration. I'm going to borrow that concept and say self-induced non-performance, because it is a disease that affects ministers of finance and could affect prime ministers from time to time. When the prime minister decides that he is going to stop a souffle square because he wants cosmetic changes, obviously that has to affect completion, investment. When he decides that he is going to stop the construction of the administrative complex in Vieux-Fort, and now the government faces a bill, I am certain of at least between $10 to $15 million in compensation with the contract. Now, I'm not going to contest that with you just yet. And we know why that excuse was used. So let's not even go there. But the point is, I needed to be taught a lesson Kenny Anthony needed to be taught a lesson. We're going to stop that project to show Kenny Anthony. What? It's a little difficult for me to cry. It takes a lot for me to cry. It takes a lot. But that was the intention. That was the intention. It did not matter that the people of Beaufort do not have not one major government building to house offices of a government institution. It did not matter. And as for me, I had absolutely no objection. This government having won the election, if this government insisted with the contractor that his people were to be employed at the administrative complex. Why? I was only interested in jobs being provided for the people in my constituency. I don't have much time in politics. I don't want no legacy of any building. But the people of Beaufort deserve something different. You should never be punishing a politician and in the process deny people what they deserve. But I shall come to that in a few minutes. If growth, as the member for Castries North rightly said, declined from 1.9% in 2015-2016 to 0.9% in 2017-2018, then we have to understand that small as it was, those capital investments were necessary and helpful in sustaining an economy that was struggling to rebound. So we lost an opportunity, and it cannot therefore be surprising that you are dealing. Madam Speaker, revenue and expenditure indicate that an amount of $18,665,975 is allocated to the capital budget of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The member again for Castries North spoke in great detail about the specific allocations and his plans. He has promised us during the policy debate to unravel the intentions of this government on this matter. What is clear is that by no stretch of imagination does this allocation resolve the financial requirement of the health sector. It cannot. It's impossible. It's impossible. We can finance new buildings. That's the easy part. But unless we can find a way to pay the cost of access to medical care, we will get nowhere. Our challenge is to be able to find a mechanism to deal with the issue of the cost of healthcare and access to healthcare. Yes, I do. And never forget that you have that new hospital through me. I'm the one who, yes, that's correct. That is correct, who negotiated it. Yes, you can come. Now, that having been said, Madam Speaker, I see the member for Castries North is reminding you and refreshing your mind. There's a lot you need to know. I won't tell you what what's going through my mind. Leave that alone. All I want to say, Madam Speaker, is this, that we have to fashion an approach. We have to develop a new approach to finance access to healthcare. That brings me back, I remember in the term of the former government, when we suggested that a bipartisan committee be appointed on the agreement of both government and opposition to arrive at a common position on how we finance healthcare. No? That suggestion became a victim of the politics of the times. Being slated to be chairman was not found to be viable, was not found to be the best person to be chairman at the time. The vagaries of the politics of the day apparently spoke for him and torpedoed that possibility. No. No. I believe that we have a collective responsibility to take healthcare out of this partisan warfare at this time. Look at the situation that you have. You don't have the revenue. You have to borrow heavily to survive. Your deficit is climbing. You claim that the country is overtaxed. You simply do not have the resources on hand to deal with it. Perhaps what we might want to consider at this stage is to set up a bipartisan committee to look at the issue of financing, but with a difference. Instead of elected parliamentarians being on that committee, that we have private sector representatives selected by the respective parties with an independent chairman to look at this issue once and for all and to remove it from the domain of competitive politics. Madam Speaker, this affects every single member of this House, of this chamber.
Honourable Member, I wish to inform you that you have 15 minutes within which to complete your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And perhaps we might want to take a fresh look, because those of us who attend to our constituency office will know that a day does not go by if you're not inundated with requests to finance your constituents or to pay for their medical bills. But I want to turn, Madam Speaker, because in a debate like this, you can only select certain things to speak on. And no, I wouldn't like your generosity. But I want to touch one matter. The Minister of Finance gloats over the fact that a sinking fund of some $12 million will be established. And he says from the funds generated by the increase in airport taxes. I'm subject to correction, but that's what has been repeatedly said. You wish me to sit down? Clarification or point of order?
You can let me stand and I'll make my point.
My pleasure.
Yes, Honourable Barnes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask for the suspension of Section 3210 to allow the former Prime Minister an extra 15 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I do not wish the extra time. I thank the leader of government business. We all know that the arrangement was for 1 hour. Now, I know that I'm about to touch a raw nerve. He says that of the revenue generated from this increase in airport taxes, he will set up a sinking fund, and $12 million will go in that sinking fund. Now, Madam Speaker, a statutory instrument was issued on November 3rd, 2016, laid in this House, and an act called the Airport Development Act was cited as the authority for these new taxes. It says, in exercise of the power conferred under Section 3.2 of the Airport Development Act, Cap 1540, the Minister responsible for Finance makes this order. So, and I can forgive the individual who signed this, the then acting Minister of Finance was the member for Miku North, Gail T.C. Rigobert. But there's an interesting dimension to this. This is unlawful. It's illegal. You have cited as the authority to promulgate this an act that has long been repealed. The Airport Development Act is no longer in existence. It was repealed by the Hiwanora International Airport Development Act number 7 of 2015 in section 25. The section says the Airport Development Act number 2 of 2011 is repealed. And number 2 of 2011 is Cap 1540. Now, mercifully, that you have decided to postpone implementation of this, but any money that is collected for travel after that period, you have to return it, because it is unlawful. And I will tell you this further. You cannot claim to be accessing money from the airport development tax and putting it in a sinking fund unless you amend the Hiwanora International Airport Development Act to allow you to do this. Doing this is ultra-virus. And of course, if I'm wrong, I'd be more than happy to apologize that I'm wrong. I'd be more than happy to do so. And neither do I intend to cast any legal commentary beyond what I have said, only to emphasize that the remedial action must be taken as of now and very quickly. A topical issue, Madam Speaker, and I want to just say a few words on it as we come to a close. And there's other matters that I must touch. It's the issue of NICE. So much has been said. Madam Speaker, yesterday the member for Grosley and the Minister for Equity, Social Justice, Empowerment and Human Services, my goodness, an extraordinary title by all accounts. Whew. I think we have to try and look for a shorter version to describe him. Sought to explain the allocations to the various programs on his ministry. He attempted as well to explain his famous words that he will always be against NICE, and he says, I make no bones about it. Now, of course, there are other things he added to his statement, and yesterday he attempted to clarify what he meant. Did not he really was in opposition to the purpose of providing employment, but it is an agency that was. He twisted and turned. He changed his clothes, came back again, changed his clothes, came back again to explain and justify himself. I think we should be clear. NICE was always a temporary program. We have to accept that fact. The former government said it was a temporary program. It was an interim measure to tackle unemployment. The issue was always when would be the best time to begin to scale down NICE. Question was, subsidiary, did the economy recover sufficiently well? Was the economy sufficiently strong that alternative employment opportunities could be found for the persons at NICE? But at the same time, the intention was that the experience would be evaluated and those aspects of the NICE program that worked well, that contributed to the welfare of the country, then by all means we could consider the possibility. And no one, despite all the criticisms to and fro, have objected to the idea that the elderly care program be absorbed. But there's no question that there has been a lot of anguish and a lot of pain. And when citizens lose their jobs or cannot get paid for work that they do, it is natural that they're going to react with disappointment and anger, unless, of course, you are, and these things are never easy to understand. Perhaps if ever you got into the position of a mother with children who is not sure where the next meal is coming from, then it would be difficult to understand that mother's pain. It would not be difficult, to understand that mother's pain, anguish, and despair. But that's the reality that faces us. Now, the real question is this, and this is what the minister should have touched. Was he justified in dismissing those workers in the elderly care program, recruiting a new batch with one or two former employees thrown in the mix for decoration to say, look, we are helping out and we're being fair? That's really the question. You know, Madam Speaker, I can say without a fear of contradiction that when NICE was created, then opposition parliamentary representatives, some, maybe not all, were allowed to make recommendations from their constituencies. I know that for a fact. Many of them, now ministers, made use of that opportunity. So this, and I see the member for Miku North is shaking her head because she knows full well what I'm saying is correct. Now she's not doing it reluctantly. I don't know about the business of Catherine Southeast. That is a different kind, and we shall come to that. But interestingly, we were not afforded a like opportunity. The question is whether this could have been handled differently to help to reduce the pain, the anger, and the discomfort. That's the question. Why are we institutionalizing such discord, enmity, and hatred in our communities? Because this is what has happened. These small communities are at war over these matters, and these are the consequences of that kind of political behavior. Madam Speaker, may I inquire, how much time do I have? 5 more minutes. Madam Speaker, I now turn to a vexed issue on the grants and contributions at page 445, head 21, Office of the Prime Minister. Under this head is recorded that the historical subvention to the St. Lucia National Trust has been eliminated, reduced to 0. No explanation has been offered by the Minister of Finance in his presentation to this House, understandably so, to justify his actions. He avoids it like the plague. However, again on the St. Lucia News online, and should you want it to be a document of the House, easily done, I have a copy. One of his favorite news outlets, as you know, quotes him as follows, quote, "In the case of the National Trust, the intention is that I don't believe that the government should be paying for the recurrent expenditure of the trust. So if the trust has a business plan and wants to make an investment, then they are free to approach the government and make that request, and we will invest it on the basis of the merit of the project," unquote. But the chairperson of the trust, Dr. Pasanta Chase, in a recent interview over a private radio station, tells the country differently. A, the Minister for Finance, the Prime Minister, told her at a private meeting that unless Tulsi is fired, the trust will not be supported financially. Tulsi had lost credibility. Tulsi had written the Queen regarding Prince Harry's participation in the famous DSH sword-turning ceremony. Dr. Chase maintains this never happened. Never happened. And frankly, I believe her because Tulsi is too bright to do such a thing. She also said that the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister was prepared to remove the assets from the trust and place them in another entity. That the decision to grant a loan to the trust for constructing an office by the last NIC board and the former government was revoked. In all my political life, I have never seen such a deliberate, calculated act of abuse of political power and authority meted out to an organization and to individuals as this. This is vindictiveness and crass pettiness beyond irrationality. There is such a thing as equality of treatment, and no public functionary is free of it. The Prime Minister is a public authority and has a duty to be fair in his treatment of individuals and civil society organizations. If the trust is required to submit business plans, then all civil society groups in receipt of public funds must also be required to submit business plans. For some people in the country, the past means nothing. We do not want to learn from it. And I readily admit I may well be guilty of it from time to time. But this trust is not a creation of the St. Lucia Labour Party. It was a creation of the father of the United Workers' Party, Sir John Compton, even when he faced the most intense political battles against his opponents, engage his enemies from involvement in the work of the trust. Ask Sir Julian Hunt. Ask Sir Julian Hunt. In his height of opposition to the United Workers' Party, he never removed him and his role in the trust. I have had disagreements with the trust. I have been opposed to their positions. But I've also had the courage to call them, speak to them, and seek to deal with their issues. In all of this, the words of Bishnu Tulsi will echo forever. Unless you place value on heritage, you will not see the value of what we do. Madam Speaker, for me, this is a defining moment. Yesterday, in an effort to draw the attention of the member of ancillary canonries to the fact that he must not read his contribution to this honorable House, he was quick to say to the merriment and delight, utter delight of some around him, that you are no longer a headmaster. Madam Speaker, this is what Standing Order 3211 says. Speech, but he may read extracts. I'll come to you. He may read extracts from written or printed papers or books in support of his argument and may refresh his memory by reference to notes. I am never fazed by insults. It's all part of political life. And this particular one coming from the smallest and shortest man of this House. A temporary comma in the scheme of things is like water off a duck's back. Madam Speaker, I say to him that I rather be a headmaster, at least it is close to one of my callings, than a tyrant presiding over a budget that is constructed on quicksand. I will not support this budget. I will never support a budget that is used as an instrument of revenge and vindictiveness. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Miku South, Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, Economic Growth, Job Creation, External Affairs, Public Service.
Madam Speaker, I beg that we suspend the House for an hour, so we come back at 7:15.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 7:15 in the evening. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. This House do stand suspended until 7:15 in the evening.
Well, as you've just heard, the House has been suspended. Just before we went to the break, you heard from the MP for Beaufort South, Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony. When the House resumes at 7:15, you will hear from the two remaining MPs, that is the MP for Laborie and the MP for Castries Southeast, and the debate will end with the Prime Minister. Okay, so the members are all standing, and of course we're going to the break now, so we'll take you back to the GI studios when we're going to resume at 7:15 according to the Speaker.